Moreover, he felt extremely exhausted right now, and his head felt extremely heavy like it was filled with lead. He knew that if he continued exhausting himself like this, then there was no need for the Flower Palace to kill him because he would be dead before that. Yang Yi shook his head and withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone to absorb the energy within it. No matter what, he was determined to destroy the grave of the Flower Palace's founding ancestor and all its elders and sect masters of the past. Since they'd set the rule that caused his mother's death, then he wanted them to be unable to rest in peace. Qian Huagu closed her eyes after she witnessed Qian Ye's death, and she clenched her fists while the killing intent she emanated was seemingly material. It even caused the space around her to ripple incessantly like water. Qianyu had the best chance of stepping into the monarch realm, yet she's dead now. If I knew this would have happened, I shouldn't have asked her to stop that little bastard. I really should have. At this moment, Qian Huaga's heart was filled with extreme pain. Qian Huagu gazed at the Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor while resentment could be clearly seen within her eyes. If it weren't for the two of them, then killing Yang Yi could be accomplished in an instant. Moreover, it was exactly because of their presence that she was unable to save Qianyu just now. So, when compared to Yang Yi, she hated them even more. Qian Huagu didn't choose to attack in the end because it was completely meaningless. Moreover, there was no need to now. Disciples of my Flower Palace, heed my orders. Kill Yang Yi with all your might. The profound energy within him has been completely exhausted, so there's no need to fear him. The one who kills him will be directly promoted to an elite disciple and rewarded with a mid-grade heaven-rank dark treasure and 10 top-grade energy stones. Qian Huaga's voice that was enhanced by her profound energy swept throughout every single corner of the entire Flower Palace. Am only worthy a mid-grade heaven-rank treasure and 10 top-grade energy stones? Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh coldly when he heard this. Looks like the Flower Palace isn't just shameless, it's even really poor. The Flower Palace was very poor in Yang Yi's opinion, but those rewards were definitely extremely generous in the eyes of those disciples from the Flower Palace, especially the mid-grade heaven-rank dark treasure. It was something that they hadn't even laid eyes on throughout their lives. So, how could they not be tempted by it? Since they were tempted, they acted. There were always those who were willing to risk it all when the reward was generous enough. In next to no time, numerous disciples stopped engaging in combat with Nanjing and the others, and they charged towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi grunted coldly when he saw them charging towards him. His hands moved slightly as the dragon claws appeared on his hands. At this moment, the profound energy within him hadn't recovered indeed, but it didn't represent that he didn't have the strength to fight. Even if his profound energy couldn't support him anymore for now, his physical body could still be utilized to kill them. Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground and charged into the group of disciples from the Flower Palace, and then he swung the dragon claws about swiftly. Any disciple of the Flower Palace who was struck by him were either injured or perished. On the other hand, he fully abandoned any form of defense and just allowed their techniques to blast onto him. As the disciples fell one after the other to Yang Yi's dragon claws, the expressions on the faces of Qian Huagu and the others had become unsightly again. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi's physical defense and physical strength were actually formidable to such an extent. Exactly what sort of monster is he? Can anyone in the Exalt realm even kill him while he's at the Exalt realm? At this moment, Qian Huagu and Qian Nianci were truly filled with regret. They regretted sentencing Feng Yu to death, because if they hadn't killed her and pardoned her instead, then it would be equivalent to obtaining a peerlessly monstrous genius for their Flower Palace. Moreover, even if they didn't pardon her, she could still be used to threaten Yang Yi. But now, Yang Yi had nothing to worry about after Feng Yu perished. In short, they shouldn't have underestimated Yang Yi from the very beginning. Unfortunately, they'd never taken him seriously, because they felt that they could annihilate him in an instant, even if he was a monstrous genius. Now, reality told them that this person they thought was an ant could actually pose a threat to them. Beast Emperor, the relationship between your Dark Beast Empire and that kid seems to be not bad. The founding emperor spoke abruptly. After he found out that the Dark Beast Empire's objective was to enter the demon territory, The founding emperor wasn't hostile towards the Dark Beast Empire anymore, because their interests didn't clash with each other. Conversely, there were many aspects that they had to join forces to accomplish. The Beast Emperor glanced at the founding emperor, and then he grinned and said, "It isn't bad. That kid is unlike the other humans, and he isn't so hostile to my Dark Beast Emperor. Moreover, his relationship with some Dark Beasts of my Dark Beast Empire is very good. Of course, his relationship with your imperial household isn't bad as well. Unfortunately, I don't have a granddaughter like you." The founding emperor chuckled and said, "This kid is an extremely loyal fellow. I believe that he will definitely not disappoint that child, Sia." Li Si grinned as he shook his head. At this moment, he finally understood why the founding emperor conferred a title to Qin Sia and her mother yesterday. So it was because of Yang Yi. Yesterday, the founding ancestor had suddenly conferred the title of Moon Princess to Qin Sia, and had even bestowed to her a mid-grade heaven-rank dark treasure and the authority to look through everything within the technique pavilion of the imperial household. No one understood why the founding ancestor had done that, and even Li Si wasn't very sure. After all, Qin Sia was only an ordinary princess amongst them all, and her mother was even an ordinary court lady. So, Qin Sia's status in the imperial palace was merely a little higher than the court ladies. However, the founding emperor had conferred a title to her, and that was strange no matter how one looked at it. Now, it wasn't strange at all. So she was linked to Yang Yi. On the ground below, Yang Yi was killing like a madman. His dragon claws were already dyed scarlet red, while the pearl of baleful blood was ceaselessly absorbing the blood and resentment of every single profounder that he killed. In less than an hour, Yang Yi had killed a few hundred disciples, and the scarlet red color of the pearl of baleful blood had grown even brighter after it absorbed the blood of so many. However, there was no end to the disciples of the Flower Palace, because countless disciples were charging over incessantly from the various peaks throughout the sect. As soon as 100 were killed, 200 filled their places. So, in less than 2 hours of time, Yang Ye's side had started to fall into a disadvantaged state. After all, there was only less than 200 amongst them, whereas there was no end to the disciples of the Flower Palace, so this difference naturally caused them to fall into a disadvantaged state. The situation will get bad if this continues. And Nanjing arrived by Yang Ye's side and spoke in a low voice. She wasn't afraid of these disciples of the Flower Palace, but she had to consider those experts of the Yin clan who stood behind her. If this were to continue, then it was very likely that they would perish here. After all, it was impossible for such a small force like theirs to annihilate an entire sect. Bang! After he slapped the head of an expert apart, Yang Yi stopped and glanced at the surroundings, and he frowned when he saw that his side were in a disadvantaged state. He pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Hold them off for around 15 minutes, and then we'll leave." "All right? What are you going to do?" asked Nanjing. Yang Yi revealed a ferocious expression as he said, "I'm naturally going to give the Flower Palace an unforgettable lesson. I'm going to make them utterly humiliated in the Southern Territory." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer, and he flashed towards the graveyard of flowers. When she saw Yang Yi flash off towards the graveyard of flowers, Qian Huaga's expression changed while she howled furiously in a slightly hysterical voice. "Quickly stop him." If Yang Yi were to enter the graveyard of flowers and completely destroy it, then the Flower Palace's reputation would be destroyed. Moreover, she, Qian Huagu, and even all the disciples of the sect would become unprecedented sinners of the sect. Those disciples seemed to realize how severe the matter was, and they immediately stopped engaging in battle with the Nanjing and the others. All of them charged madly in pursuit of Yang Yi, and a few Exalt Realm experts had even torn space open and teleported through it to stop Yang Yi. Rapid shift, Yang Yi suddenly shouted, and then he transformed into a ray of light under the boost provided by the 9th Hell Sword Wings and the rapid shift technique. He instantly entered the entrance to the graveyard of flowers. However, Yang Yi had just entered it when he was suddenly blasted out from it. Moreover, a conspicuous strand of blood could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 450 Destruction. As everyone watched with shock, a white-haired old woman walked slowly out of the graveyard. Her hair was completely white while her face was covered in wrinkles, and it made her seem extremely old. However, it was exactly such an old woman that made the expressions of the founding emperor, the beast emperor, and the others to change violently. Because this old woman was a monarch realm expert. At this moment, the monarch realm experts on their side and the Flower Palace were in confrontation, so the addition of another monarch realm expert on the Flower Palace's side had undoubtedly caused them to fall into a disadvantaged position. The situation is really bad. Qian Huagu and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief upon seeing the old woman, but in next to no time, their expressions became solemn again for some unknown reason. Yang Yi pulled himself up from the ground, and Head just stood on his feet when a mouthful of blood sprayed once more from his mouth. He wiped off the fresh blood on the corners of his mouth, while his expression was quite unsightly. He hadn't expected that a monarch realm expert would be hiding in the graveyard of flowers. If the mortal emperor armor hadn't resisted more of the force on his behalf, then he would have probably been blasted into pieces by this old woman. Monarch realm experts are actually that formidable. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He knew that he was utterly incapable of going against monarch realm experts right now. The old woman glanced at the surroundings, and then a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of her mouth when she noticed the mess in the surroundings. She said, "I never expected that even the Flower Palace would suffer such a fate. I truly never expected it. The dignified Flower Palace was actually attacked. How laughable! How pitiable!" Qian Huagu spoke in a low voice from midair. "Senior sister, don't call me that." The old woman waved her hand and said, "I'm not a disciple of the Flower Palace anymore. Qian Huagu, you should be clearly aware of that. I'm not worthy to be addressed as senior sister." Qian Huagu frowned and sighed lightly. "Senior sister, you were a disciple of Flower Palace no matter what. Now that the palace is in grave danger, could it be that you intend to stand by idly? Would Master Spirit in the heavens be happy if the Flower Palace were to be destroyed? Let's put aside the enmity between us for now and join forces against our enemies, all right?" "Master," the old woman revealed a savage expression on her face as she said, "What does her happiness have to do with me? Qian Huagu, have you forgotten how she treated my husband and child? Have you forgotten how she forced me to swear an oath to repent eternally before the seniors of the palace within the graveyard of flowers?" Qian Huagu fell silent. "You're Qian Yin." Meanwhile, the founding emperor suddenly said, "I never expected that you are actually still alive. Moreover, you've even advanced to the monarch realm. How truly surprising." Qian Yin was an existence of his generation, and she was a genius in the Southern Territory at that time as well. Moreover, the Flower Palace had even appointed her as the next palace master. However, she had fallen in love with a man and had a child with him. At that time, the palace master of the Flower Palace was infuriated upon discovering it, and she personally captured Qian Yin's husband and child before bringing them back to the Flower Palace. Qian Yin had never shown herself in the Southern Territory after that. Many thought that she had probably been sentenced to death by the palace master, and this included the founding emperor. However, no one had expected that not only was she still alive, she had even advanced into the monarch realm. Fortunately, she seemed to possess a huge amount of resentment towards the Flower Palace. Qian Yin glanced coldly at the founding emperor and said, "Founding emperor, I never expected that you've really acted against the various sections. The beast emperor is here as well. I never expected that the two of you would actually join forces." When she spoke up to hear, Qian Yin suddenly looked at Yang Yi and said, "You're quite surprising as well. You are actually still able to stand after suffering a strike of my palm. Such strength at such a young age. The young have truly surpassed the old. Will you move aside, or do you intend to continue stopping me?" Yang Yi looked her in the eyes, and there was no fear in his eyes at all. He was determined to destroy the graves of Flower Palace's seniors, and no one could stop him. Qian Yan's brows raised as she said, "You seem to be very confident in yourself? So she refuses?" Yang Yi took a deep breath and was just about to summon the white dragon. However, right at this moment, Qian Yin suddenly said, "Even though I wish for nothing more than to see you annihilate the Flower Palace, Unfortunately, I've sworn an oath to repent in the graveyard of flowers and protect it. So long as you don't touch this place, you can feel free to do anything you like throughout the Flower Palace." The expressions on the faces of Qian Huagu and the others sank when they heard this, whereas the founding emperor and the others were delighted. However, Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm definitely destroying their graves today." Qian Yan's eyelids twitched, and then she said coldly, "Then it's time to reveal your trump cards." Yang Yi nodded and was just about to summon the white dragon when a voice suddenly resounded here. "Since you want to destroy their graves, then go and do it. They'll stop this person for you." Along with this voice, Xiao Tianji appeared here, a monarch realm expert. The expressions on the faces of Qian Huagu and the others changed violently. They hadn't imagined that Yang Yi actually had the help of another monarch realm expert. Moreover, it was at least a fifth-rank monarch realm expert. The founding emperor and beast emperor exchanged glances, and they noticed shock in each other's eyes. Obviously, Xiao Tianji's appearance had surprised them. Yang Yi was slightly surprised as well. Even though Xiao Tianji had promised to lend him a hand, he hadn't imagined that Xiao Tianji would actually come to the southern territory with him and help him. No matter what, this was a good thing. Yang Yi bowed slightly to Xiao Tianji, and then he walked slowly towards the graveyard of flowers. Qian Yan's expression was extremely gloomy, but she didn't attack and could only allow Yang Yi to head towards the graveyard, because it was meaningless even if she did attack. This blind man who had suddenly appeared before her was far stronger than her, so attacking would only be like asking for insult and humiliation. As they watched Yang Yi walk towards the graveyard, Qian Huagu and the other disciples of the had horrifyingly ferocious expressions. If the graveyards of the founding ancestor and all the seniors of the Flower Palace were destroyed by Yang Yi, then the Flower Palace's reputation in the Southern Territory would be destroyed as well. At that time, there would probably be no one who joined the Flower Palace, and all of them would be unable to hold their heads up high while facing the disciples of the other sects. "Yang Yi, you've won." Right at this moment, Qian Huagu suddenly said, "If you stop right now, then my Flower Palace is willing to compensate you. And even pardoning your mother isn't impossible. If you're unsatisfied, my Flower Palace is willing to further compensate you with 50 top-grade energy stones." Qian Huagu felt extremely aggrieved in her heart when she spoke these words, but she had no other choice. She couldn't allow Yang Yi to destroy those graves no matter what. After all, it was related to the Flower Palace's dignity. Stop? Compensation? 50 top-grade energy stones? Yang Yi roared with laughter, and then over 100 top-grade energy stones appeared with a flip of his hand before he tossed them on the ground. He said, "They'll give you 100 top-grade energy stones for you to destroy the graves of all the seniors of your Flower Palace, all right? If it isn't enough, they'll give you 200 more, all right?" "Good. Very good. Very good." Qian Huagu was clearly infuriated, and the killing intent in her eyes seemed material as she said, "Yang Yi, from now onward, the enmity between my Flower Palace with you will never end until one of us is annihilated. From today onward, the #1 mission of the entire Flower Palace will be to annihilate you. From today onward, However, Yang Yi didn't have the mood to hear her talk nonsense. His figure flashed into the graveyard of flowers, and it caused Qian Huagu to almost go mad with rage. "Everyone, attack!" Qian Huagu threw all caution to the wind, and both she and Qian Yan flashed towards Yang Yi. However, the founding emperor and beast emperor had hurriedly acted and immediately stopped them from rushing towards Yang Yi. At this moment, Qian Huagu and the others has disregarded whether fighting was meaningless or not. All they knew was that the graves of their ancestors and seniors were about to be destroyed, so they naturally attacked like they'd gone mad. Then entire Flower Palace was instantly filled with terrifying explosions. After he entered the graveyard of flowers, Yang Yi withdrew Void Flash and summoned both the Violet Cloud Lightning and Nether Ghost Flame. He had to be careful because no one knew if there were more experts in this grave. The area inside of the graveyard was formed from petals, and an enormous space that was over 10 kilometers wide had appeared before Yang Yi. There were coffins made of petals here, and they were placed around 100 m apart from each other. Yang Yi's figure flashed and arrived before one of those coffins, and then he flicked his sword and instantly flicked away its cover. Within the coffin was an extremely beautiful woman, but she had no vitality or aura. Only her physical body had been perfectly preserved to the point even her face was rosy like she was a living person. Yang Yi wasn't interested in looking at these corpses. He shot his gaze towards the distance, and it wasn't long before his gaze descended on an enormous coffin at the center. This coffin was a few times larger than the other coffins, and it was on an independent circular platform which was made from petals as well. Yang Yi's figure flashed over to the circular platform, and a wisp of a ferocious expression instantly appeared on the corners of his mouth when he saw its tombstone. Mu Hanshan, founder of the Flower Palace. Founding ancestor of the Flower Palace. There were some legends and introductions related to her written on the tombstone as well. However, Yang Yi wasn't interested in reading through all of it. In his opinion, it was sufficient so long as Head confirmed it belonged to the Flower Palace's founding ancestor. Yang Yi flicked his sword again, and the cover was instantly flicked away without anything unexpected occurring. Moreover, it was extremely easy. Yang Yi walked over to the coffin, but it was completely empty. Could she have traversed the heaven path and vanished from this world? So, this coffin was merely created for symbolic purposes and to allow the disciples of Flower Palace to worship her? Yang Yi frowned as he muttered in a light voice. In next to no time, Yang Yi shook his head, and then he flashed over to the graveyard's entrance. After that, he glanced at the surroundings before he took a deep breath, and then a savage expression surged into his eyes. He flipped his palm, and the nether ghost flame instantly exploded apart. It wasn't long before it transformed into an ocean of flames that enveloped the entire graveyard. No! Qian Huaga's furious howl resounded from outside the graveyard, and it was filled with a hysterical and insane tone. Chapter 451 The Master of All Mortals. In next to no time, the graveyard of flowers had become an ocean of flames. Countless disciples of the Flower Palace were stunned. The graves of the founding ancestor and all the seniors of our palace have been destroyed just like that? At this moment, their minds were completely blank, and only this thought echoed incessantly within their minds. The founding emperor and the beast emperor exchanged glances, and there was shock in both their eyes. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare to destroy the graveyard of flowers. In that way, the Flower Palace would truly become sworn enemies with Yang Yi, and it would be the type that wouldn't stop until one side was completely annihilated. However, both of them understood that since the moment Yang Yi's mother passed away, Yang Yi would never rest until the Flower Palace was annihilated. After he made the nether ghost flame explode within the graveyard, Yang Yi's countenance instantly turned pale again. If it weren't for him holding himself up with void flash, he would be lying weakly on the ground right now. He knew that his body had started to suffer from backlash because Head overexerted his strength. After all, he wasn't a true Exalt Realm expert. You shouldn't execute another technique, otherwise, it'll bring irreparable harm to your body. The sword spirit's warning resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I can't execute one now even if I wanted to. Even he felt that his body was on the verge of collapse, so executing another technique would truly be no different than courting death. Unfortunately, I won't be able to destroy the Flower Palace today. Are you all right? And Nanjing arrived by Yang Yi's side and asked in a light voice. I'm all right. Yang Yi said, tell everyone to retreat. Kill a few more if the Flower Palace stops them from leaving. If worse comes to worse, they'll compensate them with some top-grade energy stones once all of this is over. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi, and then she turned around and gazed at the Exalt Realm experts who'd arrived before her. She said, retreat. Don't get locked in battle. It won't be good for anyone if we force them into a corner. The others nodded, and then they flashed towards the distance. All of you can dream of leaving today. Right at this moment, Qian Huagu suddenly said, I don't know which power all of you are from, but since you dared to come here and kill so many disciples of my Flower Palace, then all of you can stay behind and be buried alongside them. In next to no time, countless experts of the Flower Palace encircled Yang Yi's group. Are you thinking of fighting to the death? The founding emperor gazed at Qian Huagu and spoke indifferently. So what if I do? Qian Huagu spoke in a ferocious tone. If I don't annihilate all of you here today, then how would my flower palace have the face to call itself an extraordinary sect? Disciples of the flower palace, heed my order. Stop at nothing, even detonating yourselves. All these outsides must be annihilated here today. The countless disciples of the flower palace immediately charged towards Yang Yes group as if they'd gone mad. The destruction of the graveyard of flowers had undoubtedly aroused feelings of humiliation within them, because Yang Yi hasn't just destroyed a graveyard, had trampled upon the dignity of their sect. So, at this moment, all of them wished for nothing more than to skill him alive and bathe in his blood. A wisp of a smile appeared on Yang Yes' pale face while he watched those disciples of the Flower Palace charge over, and then he said to a Nanjing, "Looks like we won't be able to leave. We'll be exhausted to death here if this continues," said a Nanjing in a flat tone. "Not at all." Yang Yi grinned and said, "Since the Flower Palace is so eager to die, then it'll fulfill their wishes." Roar. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, a ray of white light shot into the sky from within Yang Yi, and then it transformed into an enormous white dragon that was almost 3 kilometers long. The enormous body of the white dragon immediately covered the sky above the Flower Palace. At this moment, everyone was stunned, even in Nanjing. Besides in Nanjing and the others who came from the ancient battlefield, everyone else wasn't aware of the white dragon's origins. However, it wasn't important. The important point was they knew it was an extraordinary expert at the monarch realm. He still used it in the end? Xiao Tianji, who was in confrontation with Qian Yin, shook his head slightly. The reason Head stepped forward earlier was because he didn't want Yang Yi to summon the white dragon. Because once it was summoned, then it meant that Yang Yi would never know peace in the future. After all the experts, clans, and sects throughout the continent would target Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had still utilized it in the end. Situ Heist's nose knit together tightly as he seemed to have thought of something. Before long, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he cried out involuntarily. How could this be possible? Isn't it being suppressed beneath the hidden dragon pagoda? Why has it made an appearance here? How could this be possible? Qian Huagu asked. Brother Situ, you recognize that dragon? Situ Hai didn't answer her, and he just muttered in a low voice while seeming to be distracted. How could this be possible? What a surprising little fellow. The Beast Emperor shook his head lightly while he spoke in a low voice. Yang Yes trump cards had been appearing one after the other, and even he was shocked by them. The white dragon's figure moved incessantly through the air and even through the clouds into disorder. Moreover, strands of terrifying dragon pressure raised down and made the disciples of the Flower Palace shudder with fear. Dragon pressure. It's actual dragon pressure. Kill them all. Yang Yi ordered in a cold voice. He naturally knew what summoning the white dragon meant, but he had no choice, because it was very likely that all of them would die here today if he didn't. As for the problems that would arise after this, he could only deal with them later. Dealing with the problem at hand was the most important thing right now. The white dragon roared upon hearing Yang Yi, and then it slammed down forcefully at the disciples of the Flower Palace on the ground below. All of them were horrified. After all, how could they resist an enormous dragon that was at the monarch realm? Qian Huagu and the others would naturally not leave those disciples to resist a monarch realm expert by themselves. However, the founding emperor and beast emperor had made a move as soon as they had. They were forcefully held back and could only watch helplessly as the enormous dragon slammed down towards those disciples on the ground below. Bang! The white dragon slammed onto the ground, and the mountain trembled violently while countless disciples were smashed into mush before they could even let out a shrill cry. Just this slam alone had killed at least 5,000 or 6,000 disciples. Yang Yes' expression was very calm, as if the disciples being slaughtered by the white dragon weren't living beings at all. He was naturally aware that many of them were innocents, and they hadn't acted against his mother or added fuel to the flame when his mother was imprisoned below Passionless Cliff. However, all of that wasn't important now. The important thing was that they were disciples of the Flower Palace. Since they enjoyed the benefits brought to them by the sect, then they should naturally share in the calamity that the Flower Palace brought upon itself. Moreover, He firmly believed that if they were given the chance, then they would kill him without the slightest hesitation. Benevolence to the enemy was cruelty to one's own self. Yang Yi would naturally not try to be benevolent, and he refused to allow even a single one of them to escape. The white dragon seemed to be very delighted when it came to slaughtering humans, and a few thousand disciples instantly perished with a sudden swing of its tail. They were being absolutely crushed. They didn't even have the strength to fight back when facing the white dragon. Not to mention fighting back, even fleeing was impossible. As she watched the disciples of the Flower Palace being slaughtered, a savage and happy smile had suddenly appeared on Qian Yan's face. She hated the Flower Palace because it had killed her husband and used her son's life to coerce her into swearing an oath which made her become a grave keeper who protected the graveyard of flowers for eternity. If the Flower Palace was destroyed, then she would naturally be freed of her oath. After all, she had merely sworn to protect the graveyard of flowers all those years ago, and that oath would naturally cease to exist once the Flower Palace was destroyed. Qian Huagu and Qian Yanci stopped attacking. Qian Huagu seemed to have lost her soul as she watched those disciples being slaughtered by the white dragon. She knew that even if the Flower Palace wasn't destroyed today, it was still finished. From today onward, it was impossible for the Flower Palace to stay as one of the 6 great sects of the Southern Territory. From today onward, the Flower Palace wouldn't be qualified to be ranked amongst the Snow Palace and Origin School. In short, everything was over. Earlier, it was merely the Flower Palace's reputation would be destroyed. Now, it was its foundation. These disciples were the pillars of the Flower Palace, but they were all gone now. All was lost. Regret, extreme regret. Qian Huagu had never been so regretful in her life. If she hadn't killed Fengyu and let Fengyu off a little, then the Flower Palace would have absolutely not suffered such an outcome. Of course, she hadn't expected that Yang Yi would counterattack madly after she killed Fengyu, nor had she imagined that Yang Yi would actually possess the support of so many experts. After feeling regret, it was hatred that welled up next. Hatred that ran deep into the heart and bone. Of course, she hated Yang Yi because all of this was caused by him, and it was Yang Yi who had made the Flower Palace fall to such a state. So, how could she not hate him? The thing that she hated the most was that she was unable to make a move and kill that ant which she could slap to death with a single swing of her palm. Qian Huagu was feeling regret and hatred, but the white dragon hadn't stopped its slaughter. In just a short period of a few breaths of time, over 10,000 disciples of the Flower Palace had been slaughtered by it. Some of those disciples knew it was impossible to escape death, so they chose to detonate themselves. However, it didn't affect the white dragon at all, and it wasn't even able to damage the white dragon's skin. Numbers and self-detonation were truly useless before Monarch Realm experts. Is the Flower Palace really going to be eradicated from the world today? Said the founding emperor in a low voice. The Beast Emperor pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Let's wait and see. If the Flower Palace doesn't have any contingency plans, then it might really be eradicated from the world today. But the troubles hell face in the future," the founding emperor said indifferently, "even though I don't know how he brought that dragon with him. I presume he has a way to deal with those problems since he dared to reveal its presence. We don't have to worry about that." The Beast Emperor glanced at the founding emperor, and then he didn't speak further. Right when the white dragon was about to continue its slaughter, a voice suddenly resounded in the air. Looks like I'm late." Situ Hai was overjoyed when he heard this voice, and he said, "Mortal Emperor, Mortal Emperor." Chapter 452, The Mortal Emperor's Sword. A young man in a yellow robe had appeared in midair. He had slanted brows, starry eyes, a Grecian nose, and an extremely handsome appearance. In his hand was a sword made from gold, and its sheath was inscribed with countless lifelike beasts, and the hilt had the characters, which represented heaven and earth on it. There were 2 old men standing by the young man's sides. The gazes of the founding emperor and Beast Emperor descended onto the young man and the young man's sword. After all, they were very curious about the mortal emperor of legend. But in next to no time, their gazes had descended onto the 2 old men by the young man's side. because these two old men were monarch realm experts, and they were at least at the 5th rank of the monarch realm or above. The young man's gaze stopped for a moment on the white dragon in midair, and then it descended onto Yang Yi and in Nanjing. He said, I presume the two of you are the Sword Emperor and Martial God of this era. According to rumor, besides each other, both of you are invincible against any others at the same realm of cultivation. I, Luo Jun, am truly lucky to be fortunate enough to meet both of you today. The Mortal Emperor? And Nanjing's brows raised as she said, Why don't we have a fight? I want to see if your Mortal Emperor sword or my sky split is stronger. Luo Jun shook his head lightly and said, There's no need for that. I know that you wish to capture me and make me your hostage so that you can escape this predicament. Unfortunately, I can't allow you to get what you want. And Nanjing glanced indifferently at Luo Jun before she returned to Yang Yi's side. Luo Jun's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and then he said, Sword Emperor, there's enmity between you and the Flower Palace, so killing their disciples is within reason. But haven't you gone too far by destroying their graveyard? Moreover, isn't it a little too cruel to make a monarch realm expert slaughter ordinary profounders? Does that have anything to do with you? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. You, Yang Yi, really are, as the rumors said, you're extremely arrogant. Luo Jun restrained the smile on his face and said, But I'm truly curious, where exactly does your arrogance come from? Could it be that you think these monarch realm experts here can protect your life? If it's really like that, then aren't you a little too naive? Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh coldly. He knew that the mortal emperor of the exalted Han Empire would definitely target him upon arriving here. Why? Because everyone knew that the mortal emperor armor and mortal emperor seal were in his possession. So, how could the mortal emperor of this era not reclaim these treasures? Thus, they were bound to become enemies. After all, it was absolutely impossible to make Yang Yi hand those treasures over. Luo Jun glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Qian Huagu and said, I'm truly sorry about your sect. It wouldn't have been reduced to such a state if I were able to arrive a little earlier. Qian Huagu took a deep glance at Luo Jun, and then she said, It's not your fault, Mortal Emperor. My flower palace was reduced to such a state because it didn't possess sufficient strength. I'm already very thankful that you rushed over here. Luo Jun grinned and said, The flower palace is a part of my exalted Han Empire now, so my exalted Han Empire will naturally lend a hand when the flower palace is in trouble. Don't worry. Now that I'm here, no one will be able to lay another finger on your flower palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jun turned to look at Nanjing before he said, You're a member of the Yin clan, and I have no intention to become enemies with the Yin clan. Feel free to leave if you want to. It'll absolutely not obstruct you. Unexpectedly, Nanjing shook her head and said, Since we've taken his money, we'll face this crisis with him. We would be going against our word if we were to leave right now. My Yin clan doesn't go back on its word. If you have the ability, then feel free to attack. We won't blame anyone if we die here, and we'll only blame it on our lack of strength. Yang Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected that Nanjing would actually choose to stay. After all, even he felt that he was in a hopeless situation right now. After all, now that two more monarch realm experts had appeared here, so it would be their turn to be slaughtered once the battle began. Yang Yi said sincerely, Thank you. Give them a little more energy stones if they survive. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and spoke flatly. Yang Yi was clearly stunned, and then he smiled and said, I, Yang Yi, promise that so long as we're able to survive today, then he'll give all of you an extra 300 top-grade energy stones. If any one of you dies, then he'll give 500 top-grade energy stones to your family and promise to look after them forever. When they heard Yang Yi, all the Exalt Realm assassins from the Yin clans looked at Yang Yi, and their gazes became even more friendly. After all, Yang Yi was really generous. 500 top-grade energy stones? Luo Jun shook his head lightly and said, Even am slightly tempted by that. Unfortunate. All of you are bound to be unable to spend it. I, however, think that their lives aren't fated to end today. At this moment, Xiao Tianji suddenly said, You're honored as the mortal emperor and represent the heavens to manage the world. You can be said to be the most distinguished person in the entire world, but that's under the precondition that the martial god and sword emperor aren't present in the world. You should be clearly aware that the sword emperors and martial gods of the past have all possessed the ability to defy the heavens. Who are you? Luo Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Xiao Tianji grinned and said, "Some call me blind man, but most call me the seer, Xiao Tianji." Xiao Tianji. The expressions of Luo Jun and those two old men by his side changed. Xiao Tianji was naturally not an unfamiliar name to them, and it could be said to reverberate like thunder by their ears. After all, he was an existence that knew the secrets of the heavens. However, they hadn't expected that this elusive seer would actually make an appearance in the Southern Territory and lend Yangyi a hand. Mr. Xiao is an erudite person who stays aloof from worldly matters, so why allow yourself to be sucked into the vortex of the mortal worlds? Luo Jun spoke in a low voice. Xiao Tianji smiled and said, "Could it be that I should continue being that erudite person who stays aloof from worldly matters when others intend to kill my son-in-law?" Luo Jun's eyelids twitched, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I understand. But Mr. Xiao, do you think that you can stop these two elders of my exalted Han Empire as well by yourself?" "I can't." Xiao Tianji was very frank. "Then how about you leave?" asked Luo Jun. "No." Xiao Tianji replied without the slightest hesitation. "Then I'm sorry," said Luo Jun. Xiao Tianji grinned, and then he gazed at Qian Yin and said, "You probably won't stop me, right?" Qian Yin glanced coldly at Qian Huagu and the others, and then she said, "Of course. This is a matter between your coalitions, and it isn't related to me." It wasn't her problem that she couldn't protect the graveyard of flowers. After all, Shed tried her best. The expressions on the faces of Qian Huagu and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they heard Qian Yin. If Qian Yin didn't keep Xiao Tianji occupied, then the amount of monarch realm experts on each side would be equal once more. Xiao Tianji gazed at Luo Jun and said, "I told you, they aren't fated to die today. If you force an attack, then perhaps you, the mortal emperor, might perish here today. After all, this is the Southern Territory and not the Central Territory. If the Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor are willing to pay a certain price, then it's entirely possible for them to kill you or these two monarch realm experts from your exalted Han Empire. What do you think?" "I think we can." Meanwhile, the Beast Emperor suddenly smiled and said, "I'm very confident in being able to accomplish that. Mortal Emperor, I wonder if you'd like to give it a try?" "Are you threatening me?" Luo Jun's brows raised. "Am I not qualified to?" The Beast Emperor said, "I might be a little fearful if your exalted Han Empire's army arrived at the Southern Territory. However, don't you think that you're indulging in fantasies if you think you can subdue the Southern Territory with just the few of you? Of course, you can give it a try if you're very confident in your ability. You can try and see if he'll be able to kill you right here and now." Luo Jun's expression gradually turned gloomy, and then he suddenly cracked a smile and said, "Looks like I slightly underestimated the profounders of the Southern Territory. That's my mistake. Don't worry, I hope both of you'll be just as confident when we meet again. Now, all of you can leave." Qian Huaga's face fell. She was just about to speak when Luo Jun suddenly said, "Elder Qian, if you can bring forth another monarch realm expert, then he'll join forces with Elder Qian to kill all of them today. If you can't, then please put aside your desire for revenge for now. Don't worry, it won't be long before the experts of my exalted Han Empire will arrive at the Southern Territory. Would you still have to worry about being unable to take revenge then?" Qian Huagu remained silent for a short while before she glanced with resentment at Yang Yi, and then she fell silent. She knew that she couldn't kill Yang Yi today. Xiao Tianji grinned, and then he flashed over to the White Dragon before he said, "You'll temporarily stay by my side from now on. All right?" The White Dragon was just about to shake its head, but Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Go with him." Yang Yi naturally understands Xiao Tianji's intentions. Since the White Dragon had made an appearance here, it probably wouldn't take long before all the extraordinary sects and clans of the Central Territory found out about it. At that time, countless experts would swarm over. Just thinking about it caused a chill to run down Yang Yi's spine. So, Yang Yi naturally understood that Xiao Tianji was helping him by asking the White Dragon to stay by his side. Otherwise, Yang Yi's current strength would be utterly insufficient to face those experts who would swarm over in search of the white dragon. When it heard Yang Yi, the white dragon hesitated for a long time before it nodded in the end. It had promised Yang Yi that it would obey Yang Yi upon leaving the Heaven Dragon Pagoda. Even though it was really reluctant to leave that tiny vortex within Yang Yi, it was even more unwilling to break its promise. So, it agreed. Xiao Tianji nodded with satisfaction when he saw the white dragon agree, and then he said, "You leave with Nanjing and the others first." At this moment, Yang Yi would naturally not try to be courteous. He nodded to Nanjing and the others, and then they flashed out of the Flower Palace. After Yang Yi and the others had left, the founding emperor said, "The exalted Han Empire? The mortal emperor? You intend to unite the continent? Haha. My Grand Qin Empire will be waiting for you. Let me see how the mortal emperor of this era will unite the continent, which has been split into pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, the founding emperor didn't stay here any longer. His figure flashed, and he vanished on the spot with Li Si and Bai Qi. The beast emperor grinned and said, "My dark beast empire will be waiting for you as well." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished on the spot as well. After that, the white dragon and Xiao Tianji left as well, and only Qian Huagu, Luo Jun, and the others from their respective sides remained. The Sword Emperor? The martial god? Let me see how exactly the two of you will defy the heavens. Luo Jun's expression was extremely gloomy as he gazed at the direction that Yang Yi and Nanjing had taken when they left. Chapter 453 Soul Eater. As soon as they left the Flower Palace, Yang Yi immediately fainted and fell from the sky. Right when he was about to descend to the ground, a wave of fragrance blew over as he felt himself falling in a soft embrace before he lost consciousness completely. And Nanjing's brows were knit together slightly as she gazed at Yang Yi, who rested in her arms, and she said, "I hope that technique which forcefully raised your cultivation won't harm your foundation. Otherwise, it would really be too boring." An Exalt Realm expert of the clan asked, "Young miss, where should we go now?" And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "To the Dark Beast Empire. Only by residing there can he be temporarily safe." As soon as she finished speaking, Nanjing sped up and flashed towards the Dark Beast Empire. After Yang Yi and the others left, the news of how Yang Yi utilized a cultivation at the second rank of the Spirit Realm to kill numerous Exalt Realm experts of the Flower Palace had spread throughout the entire Southern Territory in less than a day, as the Grand Qin Empire had spread it intentionally. The Southern Territory instantly started seething with excitement. Moreover, the destruction of the Flower Palace's graveyard at Yang Yi's hands had spread throughout the Southern Territory as well. At this moment, Yang Yi was the deserving #1 expert in the Southern Territory's younger generation, and he became the person that countless young profounders admired and pursued. Because the information spread by the Grand Qin Empire said that Yang Yi had attacked the Flower Palace out of rage in order to save his mother, and Yang Yi was a kind-hearted person who was oppressed by the Flower Palace and forced to do this. On the other hand, the Grand Qin Empire's propaganda made the Flower Palace seem like a heartless bully against the weak. In short, all sorts of bad descriptions had been given to the Flower Palace, and its reputation suffered a disastrous decline. Moreover, from that day onward, the Flower Palace sealed itself off, and it started to slowly fade away from public view. The Sword Sect. The disciples of the entire Sword Sect cheered when they heard of this. It could be said that Yang Yi had helped them take revenge. After all, numerous fellow disciples of their sect had perished at the hands of the Flower Sect not too long ago. However, all of them did feel slightly regretful because Yang Yi wasn't a disciple of the Sword Sect anymore. If Yang Yi was still a disciple of their sect, then just this battle would have allowed the Sword Sect's reputation to resound throughout the Southern Territory now. Unfortunately, Yang Yi wasn't a disciple of the Sword Sect anymore, so no matter how great his reputation was, it was his own reputation and wasn't related to the Sword Sect at all. Cool Breeze Gorge. Su Qingshi sat quietly on an enormous rock, and her icy cold face had a rare smile on it when she heard Yang Yi had left safely from the Flower Palace. She didn't care how many Exalt Realm experts had killed or how great his reputation was. She only cared about whether he was still alive. Su Qingshi stood up, glanced towards the direction of the Dark Beast Empire, and then she walked towards the entrance of the gorge. Since Yang Yi was fine and well, then she could be at ease and reorganize the sword sect. At a certain spot in the distance, Su Muzha immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Su Qingshi heading towards the entrance of the gorge. Because Su Qingshi had been sitting there for a few days and nights now, if Yang Yi were to have fallen in the Flower Palace, then even he didn't dare imagine what sort of madness his daughter might do at that time. Fortunately, Yang Yi was alive. The Grand Myriad Mountains, the Dark Beast Empire, and Nanjing and the others had returned here for 3 days now, but Yang Yi was still unconscious. Yang Yi was very heavily injured, especially after he endured that attack from Qian Yin, a monarch realm expert. His body and internal organs had suffered a heavy injury from it, and even the Beast Emperor exclaimed with admiration at Yang Yi's ability to stay alive after suffering such a heavy injury. Even more shocking to the Beast Emperor was that Yang Yi's injuries were actually healing at an extremely terrifying rate. As for why he still hadn't awakened, even the Beast Emperor wasn't really sure. However, he was sure that Yang Yi's life wasn't in danger. Time trickled by, and Yang Yi's eyes opened slowly on the 5th day since he fell unconscious. Once he woke up, Yang Yi noticed that his cultivation had dropped to the 9th rank of the King Realm. This allowed Yang Yi to instantly heave a sigh of relief because it was merely a drop in his realm of cultivation, so the situation wasn't too bad. After all, he just had to work hard and would be able to quickly attain the spirit realm again. After he woke up, the first thing Yang Yi did was start cultivating madly. Why did his mother die? Why was he unable to destroy the Flower Palace? There was only a single reason. It was because he was too weak. Of course, most importantly, Yang Yi didn't want anything to happen to his loved ones and those he cared about. His younger sister, Yushi, Qingshi. He still had many people he had to protect. So, he had to become stronger. He had to become strong to the point that no one in this entire world could threaten him or the people he cared about. On a mountain deep within the Grand Myriad Mountains, Yang Yi held Dragonbone in his grasp as he swung it swiftly without end. As he swung it, numerous strands of sword chi that were fine like threads shot violently towards the surroundings like dense expanses of rain, and it caused a dense number of pin-sized holes to appear all around him. It was the sword threads technique that the sword spirit had passed down to him. Even though it wasn't as formidable as the sword technique he created himself, the sword of elements, it had an advantage. It was dense and almost impossible to evade. Moreover, if he merely released a single thread, then it could even catch his opponent off guard and would be almost impossible to take precautions against. The sword of elements required a moment to accumulate strength, and it took time to execute. However, the sword threads had no such limitations. It could be executed swiftly, and it was extremely practical regardless of whether it was a one-on-one battle or a battle against a group. Besides the sword threads, Yang Yi studied the so-called sword soul that the unfettered one soul had told him about. It wasn't very complicated, and to put it simply, it was just executing a sword technique in the form of a soul. Of course, it wasn't called a sword technique anymore, and it was a soul technique. This form of attack was similar to a Nanjing's triad mantra. It was extremely mysterious because it could disregard the defenses of all treasures except some specific treasures. Even a high-grade heaven-rank treasure was useless before a soul technique. In order to execute a soul technique, he had to first be able to control his soul, or in other words, allow his soul to leave his body. Fortunately, the method to accomplish that was recorded within the memories of the sword sect's founding ancestor. So Yang Yi didn't have to think of a method himself. With the memory fragments that the sword sect's founding ancestor had left behind, Yang Yi's cultivation in both the sword threads and soul had improved at an alarming speed. Because the memories the unfettered one left behind contained a huge amount of experience and comprehension in cultivation, and it was exactly that which allowed Yang Yi to avoid numerous wrong paths on his way. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi possessed the enlightened sword heart, he was able to clearly realize his own flaws, and it allowed his speed of cultivation to be simply terrifying. Besides that, Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion because the difference between finding a path on one's own and having the guidance of another was truly too huge. So, Yang Yi just cultivated throughout the next period, and he cultivated insanely and incessantly. After cultivating madly for almost half a month of time, Yang Yi's sword threads had attained the initial stage, and he could execute it at will. However, the speed and might they possessed was much weaker than those executed by the sword spirit. Of course, it was under the circumstances that he didn't enhance it with his 8th level slaughter sword intent. Otherwise, it would be much stronger than the sword threads executed by the sword spirit. But in that way, it wouldn't be the sword threads that were strong. It would be his 8th level slaughter sword intent instead. So, Yang Yi hadn't enhanced them with sword intent as he trained. Besides that, Yang Yi's cultivation had advanced once more into the spirit realm after this half a month of cultivation, and it was even more solid than before. Yang Yi wasn't surprised by his ability to advance into the spirit realm so quickly because he had been a spirit realm expert. So the problems and shackles that existed between the king realm and spirit realm didn't exist to him. After he advanced into the spirit realm again, he went looking for a Nanjing, and the two of them started to spar with each other. Because only actual combat could effectively improve their combat strengths, and they would never be able to realize their own insufficiencies if they were to just cultivate by themselves. After all, the situation during a battle changed incessantly at every instant, and only actual combat could help them ceaselessly perfect their strengths and grow stronger. And Nanjing didn't refuse Yang Yi's suggestion because she needed an opponent as well, and only Yang Yi was capable of being her opponent below the Exalt realm. The two of them didn't utilize Sky Split and Void Flash. After all, they weren't trying to decide life and death. But if they didn't utilize Sky Split and Void Flash, then they noticed that both of them were unable to harm the other. Yang Yi's strength came from his sword domain and enlightened sword heart, and Nanjing was unable to harm him while he had these two abilities. And Nanjing's strength came from her formidable instinct in combat. Regardless of what sort of danger she faced, she was able to dodge and counterattack like it was a part of her instinct, and it really gave Yang Yi a headache, because he was still unable to hit her even if he utilized all his ability. Both of them fought to their heart's content and were filled with happiness, but they were unable to decide on a victor. Just like that, they started sparring together, cultivating together, and exchanging comprehensions every single day in the Grand Myriad Mountains, and it allowed their strengths to improve at a terrifying rate. Especially Yang Yi, his improvement was immeasurable after Nanjing shared her comprehensions with him. Because regardless of whether it was in terms of control or the utilization of combat techniques, Nanjing was far superior to him, especially when it came to attacking. Some details that Nanjing spoke of even shocked him to the extreme because they were details that he hadn't paid attention to in the past. At the same time, he felt fortunate in his heart. He knew that he would definitely not be a match for Nanjing if it wasn't for his enlightened sword heart. Because only when Nanjing called it to his attention did Yang Yi understand an important principle now. Just a single difference in posture might affect the swing of his sword and the speed of his sword. It was even to the extent that it might even affect the strength of his sword techniques and sword chi. Simply speaking, subtle things like the speed of the wind, the landscape, and even light could be used. Now, he finally understood why Nanjing was so formidable. It was because she utilized everything that she could utilize to their limits in every single battle she encountered. Yang Yi had gained a huge amount of gains from the exchange, and so had Nanjing. Yang Yi himself possessed almost no experience, but he had the experiences and comprehensions of the sword sect's founding ancestor. So, casually speaking about any comprehensions or experiences that the sword sect's founding ancestor gave him was capable of making Nanjing fall into deep thought before continuously seeking guidance from him. Yang Yi would naturally not blush because of this. After all of it belonged to him, so why should he feel embarrassed? So, the two of them cultivated in the mountains for over a month, just like that. However, right when they intended to continue cultivating like this, another major event had occurred in the Southern Territory. The exalted Han Empire's Soliter Corps that horrified countless sects had passed through the barrier between territories and arrived at the Southern Territory. Chapter 454, The Grave of the Gria. The Soliter Corps was the strongest army that the exalted Han Empire revealed on the surface, and it was entirely formed from spirit realm experts. The exalted Han Empire spent around 20% of the yearly gains in its national treasury to foster this army, and it was exactly the reason why this army was capable of instilling fear in the extraordinary sects. At this moment, the Soul Eater Corps were camped outside Ancient Domain City. Or to be more precise, Ancient Domain City was surrounded by it. After all, the first thing they had to do after arriving at the Southern Territory was to find somewhere to set up their base camp, and Ancient Domain City was definitely their best choice. However, the state within Ancient Domain City was complicated, and even the exalted Han Empire didn't dare underestimate the powers that resided here. There were only two ways for it to enter Ancient Domain City. The first was to take the city by force, and the second was to obtain the permission of those powers and the city governor of Ancient Domain City. In the beginning, Luo Jun had chosen to negotiate instead of attacking, but it was obvious that the negotiations weren't that smooth. So, this scene where the Soul Eater Corps surrounded the city had appeared. Before long, and Nanjing, Qing, Hong, and the others received orders to return to Ancient Domain City, and Yang Yi knew that the situation there was probably very bad. Isn't that fellow, Luo Jun, afraid of infuriating those extraordinary sects from the Central Territory and the Tuan clans by surrounding the city? Yang Yi asked in Nanjing, who was sitting in front of him. In the past, the exalted Han Empire wouldn't dare do that no matter what, but now, those powers within the city will refuse to join forces against the exalted Han Empire, said in Nanjing. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The birth of the mortal emperor represents that the continent is about to be united. So how many would be willing to offend the future overlord of the continent? Moreover, those powers had originally joined forces and guarded Ancient Domain City because of the hidden dragon pagoda. But now, everyone knows that the white dragon beneath the pagoda has left it, so Ancient Domain City isn't of any use to those extraordinary sects when this benefit is gone. After all, the benefits within the city have been practically fully seized by my Tuan clans and the city governor. So, it's probably only my clan and the city governor who would go against the exalted Han Empire, said in Nanjing. Will they be able to resist the exalted Han Empire? Yang Yi said in a low voice. 100,000 spirit realm experts would probably even be able to crush a monarch realm expert, right? How will your clans resist that army? Don't underestimate the clan and the city governor's estate. And Nanjing spoke flatly. Since we've been able to survive for thousands of years, we naturally have our own trump cards. If it comes to the point where we have no choice but to fight, then it wouldn't be very difficult to annihilate that army with the joint forces of the Tuan clans and the city governor's estate. The reason we've been summoned back is probably because they're worried the exalted Han Empire would dispatch other armies or experts to the Southern Territory. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he said, "I'll go back with all of you." And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi with surprise and said, "Why?" "Because we can be considered to be friends now." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Since we're friends, then how could I not lend a hand when me friend is facing difficulty? Even though I'm all alone, I'll absolutely not refuse if you need my help with anything." Friends? And Nanjing blinked. She seemed to be very puzzled by this word, or it should be said that she wasn't accustomed to it. "Are we not?" Yang Yi said, "Let me put it this way. If we were to fight, and I lost the battle, would you still think as you did in the past? Would you think that I'm useless to you and kill me if you had the chance?" And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment, and then she shook her head. Yang Yi was just about to speak when Nanjing said, "That outcome doesn't make sense because I can't kill you." Yang Yi was speechless. "But no matter what, it really makes me feel nice to hear those words you spoke." And Nanjing continued, "Which words?" "I won't tell you. Think about it yourself." Yang Yi felt speechless again. After he promised to return to Ancient Domain City with Nanjing and the others, Yang Yi left the Dark Beast Empire and arrived at Death Abyss. Yang Yi walked over to Elder Mu's cottage and bowed. He was just about to speak when Elder Mu's voice suddenly came from within it. "Come in." "In there?" Yang Yi was slightly astounded. After all, Elder Mu had never asked him to enter the cottage in the past. Even if he was very curious about what resided inside it, had never asked to enter it. Because he knew that since Elder Mu hadn't allowed him to enter, then there was definitely a reason behind it. But now, he hadn't expected that Elder Mu would actually ask him to enter. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he pushed the door open and walked in. Head just walked in when he felt the world around him spin, and then everything within his field of vision warped. Moreover, a wave of dizziness struck him, and he couldn't help but frown because of it. After an unknown period of time passed, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. At this moment, he was on an extremely vast square, and a dense expanse of black stone coffins were laid out on the square. There were thousands of them. In the past, I didn't let you come in here because your strength was too weak, and you would be unable to resist the might of the illusion formation. Now, it's time to let you know about some things, otherwise, it would probably be too late. Elder Mu appeared in front of Yang Yi and spoke slowly. These coffins? Yang Yi asked with shock on his face. He hadn't imagined that there was actually a completely different space within Elder Mu's cottage. The grave of the great. Elder Mu said, there's an expert within every single coffin. The weakest is at the first rank of the monarch realm, while the strongest is at the 9th rank of the monarch realm. Of course, all of them are dead now. All of them are monarch realm experts. Yang Yi gasped. Thousands of monarch realm experts. Elder Mu waved his hand, and then the cover of a coffin in front of them soared slowly into the air. Yang Yi's pupils constricted when he saw the person lying in the coffin, because it was none other than Taoist Zue. The mere 5th-rank monarch realm profounder like him actually dared to challenge the heaven path. Alas, he was really courting death. Elder Mu raised a finger, and then the azure sword which Taoist Zue carried instantly flew to Yang Yi as he said, even though this sword can't compare to the void flash sword in your possession, it's still a rare and good sword. Unfortunately, its sword spirit has been shattered and fallen into deep sleep again. Repair it if you can. Yang Yi nodded and put it away. Even though he had no use for it, he could give it to Su Qingshi, and she would be much safer with it by her side. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Elder Mu, what exactly is the heaven path? Why are even monarch realm experts like ants before it? Elder Mu fell silent for a moment before he said, the heaven path was originally something the laws of the heaven Tao in this world created to limit the amount of Saint Realm experts here. Because the birth of every single Saint Realm expert is like a disaster to the heavens and the earth, and even the world would be almost unable to endure their presence. So, for the sake of limiting the birth of Saint Realm experts, and for the sake of protecting this world, the heaven path was born. When he spoke up to this point, Elder Mu's expression suddenly sank, and he said, however, this so-called heaven path suddenly changed. Changed? Yang Yi frowned and said, the current heaven path is unlike the heaven path of the past? Elder Mu nodded and said, my guess is that the heaven path, or I should say the laws of the heaven Tao in this world have been destroyed. The current heaven path is merely something that's being controlled by someone from behind the scenes. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he said, someone is controlling the heaven path? Senior, that's probably impossible, right? Because if someone is controlling it, then that person's strength is at least at the Saint Realm, right? With the strength possessed by a Saint Realm expert, that person should already be invincible in this continent. So why go to all that trouble? Elder Mu said, I used to think just like you are thinking right now. However, the facts prove that my guess is probably true. Because all the corpses of the experts that I've put to rest for thousands of years show that they've died in the exact same way. Of course, most importantly, it wasn't the energy of the laws of this world that killed them, and it was a form of energy that I've never heard of. When he heard this, Yang Yi had a slight understanding of why Elder Mu helped bury the corpses of these experts. It turned out that it was for the sake of investigating the heaven path. With the strength I possess, it shouldn't have been difficult for me to overcome the heaven path. Elder Mu said in a low voice, however, I don't want to die without knowing why like they have. So, I ceaselessly suppressed my cultivation while investigating these experts that perished while trying to overcome the heaven path. I did all of it for the sake of figuring the heaven path out. Unfortunately, besides finding out that it's being controlled by someone, I haven't been able to attain any material developments. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, Senior, all of this you've spoken of seem to be too far away from me. Moreover, I feel that I'm unable to help you at all. After all, I don't have the ability to challenge the heaven path right now. It isn't very far from you. Elder Mu chuckled and said, You know, I've sensed that the energy within this world of ours is vanishing swiftly. I don't know the reason, but I think it's related to that existence that's controlling the heaven path from the shadows. You should be aware of the consequences we would face if the energy within this world vanishes. At that time, the lifespan of humans would be 100 years at most, and we would be unable to cultivate. So, all profounders would become like ordinary people, or even worse than that. To put it simply, it would almost be the end of the continent. Yang Ye's heart shook because the little girl within the tiny vortex had spoken similar words. Could this world really be on the verge of destruction? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Senior, you wouldn't be thinking of asking me to be the savior of this world, right? If it's that, then I'm afraid I won't be able to accomplish it. In my opinion, it's enough so long as the people I care about are safe. As for the fate of others, I'm sorry, but I'm not that noble. Moreover, I don't have the strength to be that savior. The boundless sea of energy is in your possession, right? No, it should be called the tiny vortex now, right? Elder Mu smiled spuriously as he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's expression changed violently, and it seemed like head suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 455 Regardless. Yang Yi was first shocked and filled with disbelief, and then he became vigilant and terrified. In the end, he shook his head and smiled. Senior, that's all the secrets I have left. He didn't know why Elder Mu knew he possessed the tiny vortex, but he was sure that Elder Mu probably had no ill intent towards him. At the very least, Elder Mu didn't have any right now. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. Elder Mu smiled and said, You're smart to not do anything stupid. Otherwise, I would be very disappointed. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he asked, Senior, when did you find out? That isn't important. Elder Mu said, The important thing is that it's really in your possession. You know, when I noticed that it was in your possession, ID aroused the thought to seize it from you by force. However, I gave up in the end because it chose you, so I wouldn't be able to get it even if I killed you. Or perhaps, even if I did obtain it, it would be of no use to me. Yang Yi instantly broke out in cold sweat upon hearing Elder Mu. So Elder Mu actually intended to kill me and seize it from me in the beginning. You're the only variable in this world, Elder Mu said, and you are the only profounder in profounder continent who possesses a limitless future. If someone in this world is able to unravel the secrets of the heaven path, then that person is definitely you. You have no other choice because if you don't, then both you and the people you care about will die in the future. Or I should say that all the living beings on this continent will die slowly. Yang Yi shook his head and laughed as he said, Elder Mu, you say that I'm the only person on this world who's capable of unraveling the secrets of the heaven path, and I'm the only one who can become that savior you speak of. However, Elder Mu, you ought to be clearly aware that many people in this world hope for my death, yet I should fight desperately to become a savior for them? I'm sorry, but I'm really not such a noble person. Perhaps I would investigate the heaven path for my sake and the sake of the people I care about, but I'll absolutely not do it for the inhabitants of this world. Their fates aren't related to me at all, because in the same way, my fate isn't related to them at all. Become a savior? What a joke. The inhabitants of the world didn't need him to be their savior, and he didn't want to be their savior. He was really not that noble, nor did he have the time or leisure to do that, because he was determined to avenge his mother. Elder Mu sighed lightly and said, Fine, I can't force this on you. Besides telling you some secrets about the heaven path, the reason I asked you to come in here and take a look at the corpses of these experts was because I wanted to tell you something. You must work hard and cultivate to become stronger, because you might become one of them if your strength is insufficient. After all, numerous sword emperors and martial gods are amongst them. I understand. Yang Yi nodded. Elder Mu nodded, and then he waved his right hand. The cover of a coffin that was around 300 m away from them was instantly flipped open, and then a ray of light flashed before a dark blue sword chest appeared in Elder Mu's grasp. This sword chest was left behind by a sword emperor. There are only 4 swords within it, but all of them are Tao artifacts. They're respectively called Heavenfault, Earthflaw, Soulslayer, and God Slaughter. These swords were crafted by that Sword Emperor to seek revenge, and they contain his monstrous killing intent and hatred. I didn't give them to you in the past because you were unable to resist the killing intent and hatred they continued. But now, haha, 8th level Slaughter Sword Intent is entirely sufficient to take control of them. Elder Mu smiled as he spoke these words. 4 Tao artifacts? Yang Yi gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight shock. Elder Mu nodded and said, "This sword chest has a sword formation within it, and it's called Ruin. The heavens and the earth would be ruined before these 4 swords. Haha, even though it's quite exaggerated, its might is extraordinary. Most importantly, their might would become even more terrifying if they're utilized with your sword control technique and 8th level Slaughter Sword Intent." Yang Yi took the sword chest from Elder Mu, and he felt excited for a moment before he calmed down and issued a command in his heart. For swords that were inscribed with countless mysterious talisman markings shot out from within the sword chest and floated before him. As soon as they appeared here, a strand of terrifying killing intent and peerlessly violent hatred assaulted his face, and it caused Yang Yi to frown a little. Elder Mu was right. If he hadn't comprehended Slaughter Sword Intent and improved it to the 8th level, then the killing intent and hatred contained within them was sufficient to destroy his consciousness. Now, even though the killing intent and hatred they emanated could still affect him, it could be disregarded. Yang Yi issued another command in his heart, and then the sword swished and appeared around 600 m away from him. Yang Yi was shocked when he witnessed this scene. They're actually that swift? 600 m in less than a breath of time? That's even a little bit faster than my 9th Hellsword Wings and Rapid Shift. Even an Exalt Realm expert would probably be unable to avoid such swift swords, right? Yang Yi placed them back into the sword chest, and then he remained silent for a short while before the profound energy within him surged violently into the sword chest. In an instant, a wave of violet winds appeared out of thin air around him, and then 4 rays of light shot out from within the sword chest like 4 shooting stars. The swords flickered incessantly in midair, and then numerous pitch-black rifts appeared incessantly in the air, as if they really intended to bring ruin to the world. Suddenly, the space around the swords suddenly exploded apart with a bang, and Yang Yi watched in shock as a pitch-black hole appeared there in space. Yang Yi was shocked by this because he hadn't expected that the might of this sword formation would actually be so terrifying. Even though it was inferior to his Sword of Elements, but it was much more flexible and nimbler, just like the sword threads. It could take the heads of his enemies in the distance with a single thought from him. However, the sword formation did have a flaw, and it was that it exhausted too much profound energy. With the profound energy stores he possessed right now, he was only able to utilize it once, at most. However, Yang Yi was already very satisfied. After all, it was a sword formation formed from 4 Tao artifacts, so it would be extremely unusual if he could utilize it without any limitations like the sword chest Bower had given him. You're still unable to fully utilize its might with the strength you possess right now. Not only do you have to improve your sword intent, your cultivation has to be improved as well. Your cultivation is your foundation, and only its advancement would allow you to become a true member of the strong. No matter if it's sword intent or the sword domain, they'll only be stronger with a stronger cultivation as their foundation, understand? Said Elder Mu. Thank you for your guidance. Yang Yi bowed to Elder Mu. He wholeheartedly agreed with Elder Mu, because after he forcefully improved his cultivation to the Exalt realm by way of a secret technique that day, Head noticed that both his sword intent and sword domain had been greatly improved. Moreover, he could utilize both of them at will. Besides that, he could even execute combat techniques with much more ease. Of course, advancing into the Exalt realm wouldn't just allow him to grasp the secrets of space, it would improve the amount of profound energy his body could store. Most importantly, the tiny vortex would be able to grow further. Every single growth it experienced provided a huge amount of help to him. So, he had to work hard on improving his cultivation. Every single day the Flower Palace still existed was another day which he couldn't rest in peace. Of course, he knew that the Flower Palace probably thought in the same way, and the Flower Palace would probably do everything within its power to kill him. After he bid his farewells to Elder Mu, Yang Yi controlled his sword and flew on it in the direction of the sword sect. He had to make a huge amount of preparations and meet many people before he left the Southern Territory and headed to the ancient battlefield. Yang Yi felt like everything was different when he returned to the sword sect again, but he didn't feel any nostalgia and just sighed with emotion about it. After all, it was a place where Head once pursued his dreams. Yang Yi didn't alarm the disciples of the sword sect on his way to Cool Breeze Gorge, and his heart was slightly moved as he gazed at the place in Cool Breeze Gorge where he usually cultivated. All those years ago when he was reduced to a labor disciple, Head never given up on cultivating for the sake of his mother and younger sister. They were his greatest motivation and support. Yet now, his mother was gone. Revenge was his greatest motivation now. Just like Head sworn in the past, he would definitely do everything he could to annihilate the Flower Palace in his lifetime. Yang Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the violent killing intent in his heart. Suddenly, he frowned and turned around, and then he saw that Su Qingshi was standing behind him. "You've come." Su Qingshi spoke lightly. Yang Yi nodded while his expression eased up. He walked over to her side, stretched out his hand and wrapped it around her soft waist, and then he said in a gentle voice, "How long more until our child is born?" "Soon," said Su Qingshi softly. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Take me to see your father." Su Qingshi suddenly raised her head and gazed at Yang Yi with slight astonishment. Yang Yi grinned and said, "We can't continue leaving it like this. It isn't fair to you. I've decided to ask for you hand in marriage from your father and acknowledge you as mine. As for the marriage, well, do it after the sword sect overcomes these difficult times, all right?" Su Qingshi didn't speak and just gazed at Yang Yi like that. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Su Qingshi suddenly cracked a smile, but it vanished in an instant. She stretched out her hands and placed them around Yang Yi's waist, and then she buried her face in his chest. A short while later, she said softly, "I didn't misjudge you in the end. You're worthy of me waiting for you, and you're worthy of my affection." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he smiled and tightened his embrace on her. The two of them just embraced each other in silence like this for over an hour. Sometime later, all the remaining elders of the sword sect and Su Qingshi's father were gathered in Sky Hall. Yang Yi glanced at them, and he noticed many familiar faces were missing. For example, Yu Hong wasn't amongst them anymore. Besides Yu Hong, only 3 out of the 7 peak masters of the sword sect remained. Yang Yi knew that the sword sect had really suffered a heavy injury this time. If it were in the past, he would definitely not care about the sword sect. But now, his wife was its sect master, so he had to care about it. Yang Yi shook his head, glanced at them, and then said, "I'm going to marry Qingshi regardless of whether all of you agree." Yang Yi's domineering words caused all the others within the hall to frown. However, Su Qingshi glanced at him instead, and then tender affection flashed through her eyes. Chapter 456 Betrothal Gift. Yang Yi didn't care whether they approved or didn't, because he would marry her regardless. The reason Head come here to meet them was because Su Qingshi cared about their opinion. After all, this was her home, and they were her seniors. It couldn't be helped. Since she cared about it, then he had no choice but to come here. The higher-ups of the sword sect exchanged glances, and all of them laughed bitterly as they shook their heads. At this moment, they would naturally not refuse Yang Yi's proposal. Firstly, they didn't have the confidence to do so, and secondly, they really approved of it. All of them were clearly aware of the current state the sword sect was in. Firstly, Yang Yi didn't have to fear the sword sect at all right now. After all, Yang Yi had 2 colossi, the Grand Qin Empire and the Dark Beast Empire standing behind him. So, offending Yang Yi was something they wouldn't and didn't dare to do. After all, they were mortal enemies with the other 5 sects now, so they would definitely be unable to maintain their foothold in the Southern Territory if they offended those 2 colossi as well. Besides that, the sword sect just happened to need someone to revive the sword sect's reputation, and no one but Yang Yi was most suitable throughout the Southern Territory. They believed that the marriage between Yang Yi and Su Qingshi would definitely shock the Southern Territory. Of course, Most importantly, all the sword cultivators of the Southern Territory would definitely think that Yang Yi was a member of the sword sect. With the reputation Yang Yi possessed right now, all of them firmly believed that countless profounders from the Southern Territory, or at least sword cultivators from the Southern Territory, would choose to join the sword sect. Even they had no choice but to admit that Yang Yi's charisma was much greater than the entire sword sect. Or it could be said that no one in the Southern Territory could compete with Yang Yi in reputation and charisma right now. So, even though Yang Yi's attitude made them feel slightly uncomfortable, they could only nod and display their agreement. Right at this moment, Su Muzha suddenly said, "Since you want to marry Qingshi, then where's your betrothal gift?" He naturally approved of the union between Yang Yi and Su Qingshi. It wasn't just for the sword sect's sake, and it was also because Su Qingshi had Yang Yi's child in her belly right now. Besides that, Su Qingshi liked him as well. However, it was naturally impossible for him to let Yang Yi take her hand in marriage with such ease. Everyone here was stunned upon hearing Su Muzha, and then they felt perturbed while they said in their hearts, the former sect master really shouldn't have meddled in this. What would we do if that kid is infuriated, and he refuses to marry her? Where would our sword sect find such a son-in-law again? A wisp of worry flashed through Su Qingshi's eyes. Even though she knew her father had no ill intent, she was quite worried that Yang Yi would be embarrassed. After all, the sword sect was a huge sect, so he would definitely be embarrassed if he couldn't produce a betrothal gift. Conversely, if he produced one and it wasn't one that the sword sect took a liking to, then Yang Yi would probably be even more embarrassed. A betrothal gift? Yang Yi was a little stunned because he hadn't thought about it at all. Even though he hadn't, he realized that he really couldn't do without it. So, Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he turned around and walked out of the hall. The others were stunned upon witnessing this scene. What's he doing? Could he be leaving because he can't produce a proper gift? Su Muz's eyelids twitched. That kid wouldn't withdraw his proposal at the last minute, right? Su Qingshi's face was very calm, and there was only a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. She naturally didn't think that Yang Yi was leaving because he couldn't produce a proper gift, and she was just curious about his intentions. There was an enormous stone sword right outside Sky Hall. Yang Yi walked out of the hall and arrived before the enormous stone sword. Su Muzha and the others had followed him out, and they were very curious about Yang Yi's intentions. At this moment, countless disciples of the sword sect were gathered outside Sky Hall as well, and they too were looking at Yang Yi with curiosity. Yang Yi grinned as he gazed at the enormous sword, and then he flicked his index finger lightly towards the enormous sword. A ray of light flashed, and then his sword chi pierced into the enormous sword. However, it wasn't cut apart, and only a very long mark from a sword had been left behind on the enormous sword. The members of the sword sect were puzzled while only Su Muz's eyes had excitement within them because he seemed to have understood Yang Yi's intentions. Yang Yi didn't explain it. He just turned around to gaze at Su Muzha as he said, "May I know if Senior Su is satisfied with this gift of mine?" Su Muzha took a deep glance at Yang Yi before he said, "I thank you on behalf of the sword sect. Thank you for that strike. Don't disappoint Qingshi." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Muzha glanced at the members of the sword sect in the surrounding and said, "From today onward, no one is allowed to step foot within 300 m of this enormous sword. In the future, any disciple that has accomplished great merit or possesses extraordinary natural talent may come here to observe and learn from this sword." The disciples of the sword sect were still puzzled. They didn't understand why this enormous stone sword had suddenly become so precious that they couldn't even approach it. On the other hand, the elders had come to an understanding, and they were excited, delighted, and grateful just like Su Muzha. Yang Yi had attained the 8th level in his comprehension of sword intent, so it could maintain its form without dispersing. The enormous sword wasn't important. The important part was the sword intent Yang Yi had left on it. Yes, Yang Yi had left his sword intent on it. Even though the sword sect's foundation was the sword, almost none had comprehended sword intent. It was many because most disciples of the sword sect had never seen sword intent in their lives, whereas the seniors of the sword sect who had comprehended sword intent in the past had been unable to share their experiences and comprehensions. After all, Sword intent was something that could only be understood and comprehended, and it couldn't be described with words. Of course, the seniors of the sword sect had thought about leaving their sword intent behind for the future generations to observe and learn. However, it was utterly impossible for sword intent to maintain its form for eternity without attaining the 8th level in it. So, countless seniors of the sword sect had been rendered helpless. Now, Yang Yi had accomplished it. With the presence of actual sword intent for them to learn from, while it couldn't be said to be easier for these disciples, and especially those with natural talent to comprehend it, they would still be able to obtain a huge amount of comprehensions. These comprehensions would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to them. In short, Yang Yi's betrothal gift was very precious, especially to the sword sect. It could even be said to be more precious than a Tao artifact. After the disciples of the sword sect understood this, the entire sect seethed with excitement because sword intent was truly too important to them. Because only sword cultivators who comprehended sword intent were able to instill fear and reverence in others. In the past, the sword intent of legend had been far out of their reach, yet now, they had a trace of hope, at least. In Su Qingshi's room, Yang Yi was curiously sizing it up. It wasn't very large, but was extremely organized. Moreover, there wasn't much within it, and there weren't any decorations besides some necessities. "You're heading to the ancient battlefield?" asked Su Qingshu in a light voice. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Presently, the Flower Palace has sided with the Mortal Emperor, so I can't allow the Mortal Emperor's forces to set up camp within the southern territory. At the very least, I can't allow him to accomplish it with such ease. Even the Dark Beast Emperor and Grand Qin Empire would probably be unable to resist the joint forces of the exalted Han Empire, the Origin School, the Flower Palace, and the various other powers. So, I intend to meet with those powers in the ancient battlefield and join forces with them against the Mortal Emperor." Even though he was quite impulsive, it didn't represent that he was stupid. It was utterly impossible for him to rely on his own strength to obliterate the Flower Palace. At the very least, he was absolutely incapable of that right now, especially when the Flower Palace had become a vassal of the Mortal Emperor. Now, it could be said that he didn't just have to face the Flower Palace, and he had to face the exalted Han Empire as well. Simply speaking, it was impossible for him to avoid being swept into the vortex that covered the southern territory. So, besides the friendship between him and in Nanjing, the reason Head promised in Nanjing that he would head to the ancient battlefield was because he hoped to join forces with the Tuan clans and the city governor's estate to fight against the exalted Han Empire. After all, it was impossible for him to resist the exalted Han Empire and annihilate the Flower Palace by himself. "When will you be back?" asked Su Qingshu in a light voice. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, they'll definitely rush back before our child is born. They'll be waiting for you." Yang Yi nodded, and then he passed a spatial ring to Su Qingshu and said, "There are 3,000 extreme-grade energy stones, a sword technique called sword threads, some precious herbs that are at the low-grade heaven rank at least, and, in short, there's a huge number of things in there. Take a look yourself later. Don't refuse it. There are thousands of things you have to do right now to rebuild the sword sect, and most of them require wealth to complete. These things should be able to be of help to you. This is all I can do. Right, take good care of them yourself, especially the extreme-grade energy stones. Even if you utilize them, it has to be done secretively, otherwise, it's very likely that it'll draw trouble to you. We must be cautious against others, after all. Besides that, the Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor have promised me that they'll look after the sword sect, so you don't have to worry about the Origin School and the other powers looking for trouble with the sword sect. Moreover, if you encounter any difficulty, and no matter what difficulty it is, don't shoulder everything on your own. Send me a transmission talisman, understand?" Also, right at this moment, Su Qingshu suddenly walked over towards him, and then Yang Yi watched in astonishment as Su Qingshu pecked him on the lips with her little scarlet red lips. Su Qingshu blushed a little, but her eyes were filled with firmness and tender affection. She didn't know why she did this. She just knew that she wanted to do it, so she did it. It wasn't just Su Qingshu who was moved. Yang Yi was the same. His tongue gradually pushed her rep lips aside and moved in to attack her soft and little tongue. Moreover, His hands didn't stay idle, and they slowly moved up her waist. In the beginning, Su Qingshi was slightly unaccustomed to Yang Ye's intensity, and she wanted to flee. However, she didn't even have the strength to flee before Yang Ye's hot pursuit, and she couldn't only allow Yang Yi to hold her in his arms and have his way with her. After a long time passed, their lips finally parted, and then Yang Yi gazed at Su Qingshi, who was red as a peach blossom, and said gently, "Qingshi, can we?" Su Qingshi had her head lowered and didn't dare meet his eyes while she just forcefully held onto his waist. She lowered her head even more upon hearing him, and a few breaths of time passed before Su Qingshi nodded imperceptibly before Yang Ye's expectant gaze. At the peak of emotion, all things are shed, torn away as day melts away the veil of night. Her figure presented, for her night's relish. Once, twice, all day and night. It was like a storm, a battle, a war. It ravaged the world throughout the night. Chapter 457, Seeking Her Hand in Marriage. After he left Su Qingshi with reluctance, Yang Yi arrived at the imperial capital. At this moment, Yang Yi was wearing a bright red robe and holding a hand in his hand. He was dressed just like a member of a wealthy family. Yi Yuan was by his side. At this moment, Yi Yuan had shed his black cloak and wore a luxurious robe instead, and it made him seem rather graceful and handsome. Sword Master. Yi Yuan had just spoken when Yang Yi swung the fan and knocked him on the head with it. Yang Yi said helplessly, "How many times have I told you? I'm not the sword master now. I'm your big brother, so call me big brother. Understand?" Besides to see little Yao and Yushi, Yang Yi had come to the imperial capital for another thing, and it was to help Yi Yuan propose. It was something had promised Yi Yuan in the past, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Yi Yuan smiled with embarrassment and said, "Yes, big brother. Do you think we'll be able to succeed? Pei Jun's father is known for being a snob. I heard that her father wants to marry her to the young master of some clan. Isn't it better like that?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Why is it better? Because in my opinion, everything that can be accomplished with wealth isn't a problem at all. If he dares to refuse, then we'll toss wealth at him until he does. Understand? What else can we do when we're rich? We can act willfully." Yi Yuan was speechless. In next to no time, the two of them arrived at an estate called the Pei Estate. Horyu, a guard of the Pei Estate, obstructed their path. Yang Yi flicked with his finger, and an energy stone flew over to the guard. He said, "I'm Yi Yang, and this is my brother, Yi Yuan. We brothers have come here to pay a visit to Patriarch Pei Hu. Please notify him of our arrival." The guard was stunned. He didn't even have the mood to listen to Yang Yi anymore because his eyes were staring fixedly at the energy stone he was holding in both hands. "My God, an energy stone? It's actually an energy stone." The guard muttered lightly and sounded as if had lost his soul. After all, it was something that he could only earn by working nonstop without eating or drinking for 2 years at least. Yet now, had obtained one for merely notifying the patriarch of someone's arrival. In next to no time, the guard ran towards the estate like a madman. At the same time, he shouted madly, "My lord, someone is looking for you." At this moment, the guard had used every single ounce of his strength, and his voice could be heard throughout the entire Pei Estate. This time, it was Yang Yi and Yi Yuan who were stunned. At the Pei clan's hall, the lord of Pei Estate was called Pei Hu, and he was a 5th-rank spirit realm expert. Moreover, he was one with wild ambition. However, the Pei Estate couldn't even be considered a third-rate power in the imperial capital, and this had always been a sore point in Pei Hu's heart because he wanted to develop and expand the Pei Estate to the point it was an existence comparable to the 4 great clans of the imperial capital. Unfortunately, the Pei Estate was still insignificant after 20-plus years of hard work. Thus, Head placed his sights on his daughter. He intended to utilize his daughter to form a union by marriage. Once he gave his daughter away to those great clans and obtained their support, then the Pei Estate could definitely be strengthened to the point of rising into the ranks of second-rate or even first-rate clans. However, his daughter refused to cooperate, and it was exactly that which gave him a huge headache in the recent years. "You've come to seek my daughter's hand in marriage?" Pei Hu gazed coldly at Yang Yi and Yi Yun in the hall. He would have driven them out a long time ago if it wasn't for their dressing, which was quite good. Seeking my daughter's hand in marriage? 2 little kids have come to seek my daughter's hand in marriage? What a joke. Yang Yi nodded and smiled. My brother laid eyes on your distinguished daughter by chance, and he has been lovesick ever since. He hasn't been able to eat or sleep well, and she has been constantly on his mind. My brother has lost over 50 kilograms of weight in the last year, and he was even on the verge of taking his own life on a few occasions. Alas, the only end of love is death. Yi Yun was dumbstruck as he listened to Yang Yi. Isn't that a little too over the top? Yang Yi paid no attention to Yi Yun and continued. Since fate brought us together here, I truly believe that my brother and your distinguished daughter are fated by the heavens. So, please fulfill their wish to be together. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was the first time he had done something like this, so he didn't know how it should be done. However, he had no other choice because he had promised Yi Yun that he would. So he had to do it. Since he had no other choice, then all he could do was say everything he felt sounded nice. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings were very silent. Pei Hu looked coldly at Yang Yi. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't see through Yang Yi's origins and was afraid that Yang Yi was a young master from a huge clan, he would have slapped Yang Yi flying a long time ago, because he felt that these words were like an insult to his intelligence. Fated by the heavens? Lost over 50 kilograms of weight? Does he think him an idiot? You've come to seek her hand in marriage? Haha, how truly laughable. Pei Jun belongs to me, Shangguanji. Right at this moment, a young man walked in while roaring with laughter. After he entered the hall, he glanced at Yang Yi and Yi Yun with contempt before he gazed at Pei Hu and said, Patriarch Pei, I, Shangguanji, have come to seek your daughter's hand in marriage today. Quickly ask you daughter, Pei Jun, to leave with me. Shall be a member of my Shangguan clan from now on. Killing intent surged in Yi Yun's eyes, while Yang Yi's face turned cold as well. Pei Hu's expression was slightly unsightly as he said, Young Master Shangguan, it should be the parents of both sides that conduct and agree upon this. Isn't it quite inappropriate for you to come on your own? Even though he wanted to curry favor with the clans and Shangguan Jis identity conformed to that requirement of his, he knew that this proposal was probably not supported by the Shangguan clan. So, if he were to marry his daughter over, then she would probably be tossed aside after Shangguanji had his fun. After all, had seen many examples of this throughout the years. Inappropriate? Shangguanji chuckled and said, What's inappropriate about it? Since I saw your daughter, Pei Jun, this young master hasn't been able to eat or sleep. That enchanting figure, gentle appearance. Bang! Suddenly, Shangguanji was blasted flying. It was none other than Yi Yun Hood launched the attack. After all, how could he endure it when someone teased her in front of him? Pei Hu was stunned. He hadn't expected that this fellow actually dared to strike Shangguanji. Most importantly, he hadn't imagined that this fellow before him was actually so formidable. Shangguanji is a king realm expert, but he wasn't even able to resist a single strike from this fellow. Moreover, why do I feel slightly horrified from the killing intent he emanated? I'm a 5th-rank spirit realm expert. Lord Pei. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Let me get straight to the point. Tell me your conditions. My brother is definitely marrying your daughter. Truthfully speaking, you're really benefiting greatly by getting him as your son-in-law. Do you realize? He's already a spirit realm expert while at the age of 20. There's probably only a few with such natural talent even in the entire imperial capital, right? The spirit realm? Pei Hu was surprised and said, Is he really just 20? Is he really at the spirit realm? Of course. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Yun. Yi Yun stopped concealing his aura, and his imposing aura at the spirit realm immediately erupted from within him and caused Pei Hu to gasp. It really is the spirit realm. If such a genius becomes my son-in-law, then it wouldn't be a loss at all. It would simply be a huge gain. Right when Pei Hu was about to agree, Shangguanji had suddenly roared from outside the Pei estate. Good. Very good. You actually dared to hit me. Very good indeed. It'll definitely annihilate your entire family no matter who you are. It'll definitely destroy your entire family. Shangguan Jis words caused Pei Hu to shudder. Only now did he recall that this fellow before him, Yi Yun, had struck a young master of the Shangguan clan. Even though it was only a young master from a branch of the Shangguan clan, he was still from the Shangguan clan. Would he be able to survive the Shangguan clan's rage? The slightest mistake might even cause my Pei estate to be dragged down with him. Yi Yun spoke indifferently as if he knew what Pei Hu was thinking. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about the Shangguan clan. My big brother will deal with them. You just have to marry Pei Jun to me. Right, my big brother is rich, so you can ask for some things as the dowry for our marriage. Yang Yi instantly rolled his eyes. What was it like when someone started siding with the family of their other half? Yang Yi could be said to have obtained first-hand experience right now. This fellow has completely forgotten his loyalties in the face of love. If it were at any other time, Yang Yi would have definitely given this fellow a good beating. But now, don't worry, we'll deal with it if the Shangguan clan comes looking for trouble with us. You just have to set your mind at ease and marry your daughter to my brother, said Yang Yi. Pei Hu had discerned some clues when he saw Yang Yi and Yi Yun acting in such a calm and casual manner. After all, he wasn't an idiot, and he knew that they were definitely so calm and composed because they were confident. However, he wasn't able to fully trust them. After all, the Shangguan clan was one of the 4 great clans, and its strength, resources, and reserves were extremely terrifying. When he thought up to here, Pei Hu said, "They'll have to ask for my daughter's opinion about this. After all, it's related to her future happiness, so I have to ask for her opinion, right? I'll delay until these 2 fellows decide the outcome with the Shangguan clan. Otherwise, he would absolutely not marry his daughter off to Yi Yun because he didn't want to offend the Shangguan clan. I'm willing." Right at this moment, a gentle voice resounded here. Everyone looked over to the source of the voice, and they saw a woman standing at the doorway while gazing at Yi Yun. Her eyes were filled with tender affection that even a blind man could notice. She wasn't very beautiful, but she was pleasing to the eye, and her extremely frail and delicate appearance easily aroused a man's desire to protect her. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Yun and noticed that this fellow had completely restrained his killing intent. Moreover, his eyes were filled with tender affection as he met that woman's gaze. Yang Yi shook his head. Who would have imagined that this fellow who kills without batting an eyelid would have such a side to him? In next to no time, the 2 of them were in each other's arms while disregarding Yang Yi and Pei Hu's presence. "I knew you would come for me," said the woman in soft voice. Yi Yun spoke casually. "I promised you that I would definitely come to take your hand in marriage. I've brought my big brother with me today. He's very formidable, and he'll definitely be able to convince your father." The woman glanced at Pei Jun with embarrassment. After that, she struggled free from Pei Jun's embrace, walked over to Yang Yi, and bowed to Yang Yi as she said, "Big brother." "Thank you, big brother." Yang Yi raised his hand in midair as he said, "That kid is lucky. Since it's our first time meeting each other, this is for you." As he spoke, a sword that was suffused with a cold glow appeared before Pei Jun. Pei Hu's eyes opened wide when he saw this sword, and he pointed a finger at it as he spoke with disbelief. The heaven rank. Pei Jun was stunned as well. Even though she was only at the 1st rank of the King realm, she still possessed some knowledge and experience. So, Shed sensed that this sword might be of very high quality when she first laid eyes upon it, and she confirmed her thoughts upon hearing her father. She immediately shook his head and said, This is too precious. I can't accept it." A wisp of admiration flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. Her character isn't bad. She's worthy of Yi Yun cherishing her like this. Yi Yun directly took the sword from Yang Yi and placed it on Pei Jun's hand before he said, "There's no need to be polite. Just take it if Big Brother gave it to you. Big Brother has a huge number of things like this." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he said, "He's right. Just take it. I have a lot more of things like this." Pei Jun glared at Yi Yun, and then she bowed slightly to Yang Yi and said, "Thank you, Big Brother." Pei Hu's eyelids twitched when he heard Yang Yi, and he hurriedly said, Marry. I'll prepare for the marriage right now." At this moment, he wasn't interested in finding out why his daughter knew this fellow. All he knew was that these two fellows had a huge amount of heaven-ranked treasures. You actually dared to strike a member of my Shangguan clan in the imperial capital? Haha, let me see who exactly had such gall. Come out and face death so that my attacks don't harm the innocent. Right at this moment, a thunderous voice resounded in the sky above Pei Estate. An Exalt Realm expert. Pei Hu and Pei Jun's expressions changed violently. Chapter 458 Yang Ye's Reputation. Yang Yi and Yi Yun walked out of the hall and looked up into the air. An old man was floating in midair, and Shangguan Ji, who Yi Yun struck earlier, was standing by the old man's side. At this moment, Shangguan Ji was staring at Yi Yun and Yang Yi with a savage gaze. Young Master Yi, Pei Hu, who came outside with them, gazed at them with slight worry. Even though he knew that Yang Ye's background was definitely extraordinary, they were facing the Shangguan clan in the end. Even though the four great clans of the imperial capital couldn't compare to the Origin School and the other extraordinary sects, they weren't existences that an ordinary person could shake. Pei Jun stretched out her hand and took Yi Yun's hand in her grasp while her eyes were filled with worry. Yi Yun smiled to her and said, "Don't worry, it's only one Exalt Realm expert. My big brother can deal with him." Pei Jun nodded lightly, but the worry in her eyes hadn't vanished. "Was it you who struck a member of my Shangguan clan?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi and asked this question in a low voice. "Third uncle, why waste your breath on him? Just kill them. Annihilate the Pei Estate for me as well. But don't kill that woman. I want her alive, and it'll make her suffer all sorts of torture until she dies because she actually dared to betray me and have an illicit relationship with some other guy." Shangguan Ji roared madly as he looked at Yi Yun and Pei Jun's interlocked hands. "Young Master Shangguan, my daughter, Pei Jun, doesn't have any connections to you at all, right? So isn't it inappropriate to say that she betrayed you?" Pei Hu spoke in a low voice. If it was at any other time, he would naturally not dare to refuse to give Shangguan Ji face. But these two mysterious young men were here, so he had a little confidence. Of course, he mainly desired to clear his daughter's name, because he didn't want there to be any misunderstandings between his daughter and this genius son-in-law of his. "She doesn't have any connections to me? She's a woman that I, Shangguan Ji, have taken a liking to. She's mine and is connected to me. Pei Hu, don't blame this young master for refusing to give you a chance. Kill the two of them for me, and then bring your daughter to my Shangguan clan. Perhaps your Pei Estate will have a chance at survival then. Otherwise, this young master will annihilate everyone from your Pei Estate." Shangguan Ji spoke ferociously. Pei Hu was instantly infuriated upon hearing this, and he said furiously, "You're simply going too far." "Going too far?" The old man grunted coldly and said, "Pei Hu, it's an honor for your Pei Estate that a member of my Shangguan clan has taken a liking to your daughter. But not only do you refuse to feel grateful, you've even joined forces with outsiders to injure a member of my Shangguan clan. I think you want to see your Pei Estate eliminated from the imperial capital." Yang Yi shook his head. Head realized that both the old and the young were the same type of trash. Since it was like that, he felt that there was no need to waste his breath. Bang! The ninth Hell Swordwings flashed into appearance on Yang Ye's back, and then a violent gale arose as his figure flashed into the air. After that, he flipped his palm, and Void Flash appeared in his grasp. He raised Void Flash and pointed it at the old man before a red glow suddenly surged out from the tip of his sword, and it enveloped the old man and Shangguan Ji. The old man was in a comparatively better state when suppressed by Yang Ye's sword intent, but Shangguan Ji immediately crashed from the sky and fell weakly on the ground. Pei Hu and Pei Jun were stunned when they witnessed this scene because the terrifying aura Yang Yi emanated wasn't like the aura of a spirit realm profounder at all. It was slightly like an Exalt Realm expert instead. The old man's expression changed, and then he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, causing terror to instantly appear in his eyes. He pointed a finger at Yang Yi and cried out involuntarily, "Slaughter Sword Intent, a natural treasure. You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi. Hearing these two words caused Pei Hu's mouth to instantly open wide. Presently, there was probably no one in the Southern Territory who was unaware of this name. It belonged to the present Sword Emperor who could kill Exalt Realm experts while at the Spirit Realm, and it belonged to an expert who destroyed the Flower Palace's graveyard of flowers and killed countless disciples of the Flower Palace, yet was able to leave safely. Every single one of these deeds was simply earth-shattering. He's my son-in-law's big brother? Pei Hu's blood boiled when he thought up to here. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just swiftly slashed void flashed through the sky before the tip of a sword suddenly appeared at the center of the old man's brows. The old man was horrified, and his figure suddenly shook before he vanished on the spot. Young Master Yang, wait. My Shangguan clan was at faulty in this matter. I apologize. I apologize on behalf of the Shangguan clan. The old man, who appeared 300 m away from Yang Yi, waved his hands again and spoke hastily. In the past, he wasn't really believing of the rumors that said Yang Yi could surmount his realm of cultivation to kill Exalt Realm experts. After all, the gap between these two realms was too huge. However, he believed it now. If his reaction wasn't quick just now, then Yang Yi's attack would have probably been able to take his life. After all, 8th level Slaughter Sword Intent, combined with a Dao artifact, was truly too terrifying. Of course, he was even more afraid of the backing Yang Yi possessed. After all, it was the founding emperor, the Beast Emperor, and a mysterious monarch realm expert. Even the Flower Palace had almost been annihilated because it had offended Yang Yi. He was clearly aware that his Shangguan clan was inferior to the Flower Palace, so how could he dare to make such a terrifying enemy for the Shangguan clan? Yang Yi stopped on the spot when he heard this, and then he said, "Apologize? You don't seem to be sincere." The old man's expression changed a little when he heard Yang Yi, and then he hesitated for a moment before a wisp of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. After that, he suddenly slapped his palm down towards Shangguan Ji, who was lying weakly on the ground. The space where the latter was trembled violently, and then a shrill cry resounded from Shangguan Ji before his figure exploded into a rain of blood that covered the sky. After he did that, the old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I guarantee in the name of the Shangguan clan that the Shangguan clan will absolutely not make a move against the Pei estate, and my Shangguan clan will even compensate the Pei clan's losses in relation to the incident today. Moreover, if anyone in the imperial capital dares to act against Pei estate, then it's equivalent to going against my Shangguan clan. Young Master Yang, may I know what you think about the sincerity I've shown?" Yang Yi's reputation preceded him. Yang Yi's bloodthirsty and cruel character was something Head heard about a long time ago. He knew that if he didn't do his best to give in and satisfy this demon standing before him, then it was very likely for this demon to attack again. Perhaps this demon would even attack his Shangguan clan. At that time, the Shangguan clan would probably be in a bad situation. After all, Yang Yi had the backing of the founding emperor and Beast Emperor. Yang Yi put away Void Flash and said, "I hope you'll do as you say. If anything were to happen to the Pei family in the future, then it'll definitely pay a visit to your Shangguan clan." The old man forced out a smile and said, "Don't worry, young Master Yang, I'll keep my word." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi withdrew the 9th Hell Sword Wings and returned to the ground, and then Pei Hu smiled with embarrassment and said, Are you really the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi?" Yang Yi smiled helplessly and said, "I had no choice but to use a false name earlier. I hope you don't mind, Senior." I don't. Pei Hu hurriedly waved his hand. What a joke. He didn't even have the time to feel happy, so how could he mind? Had heard everything that old man from the Shangguan clan said just now. Will anyone dare to bully my Pei estate in the future? Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked over to Yi Yun before he flicked with his finger. A spatial ring flew over to Yi Yun before he said, "There are some energy stones in there. Take it as my wedding gift to the two of you. Right? You don't have to head to the ancient battlefield with me this time. Just stay at the imperial capital and start your family." Yi Yun's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Big brother, I'm fine. I'll rush immediately to the ancient battlefield once I've married Pei Jun, and then—" Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "I know what you mean. I don't mean anything else. Little Yun, I know that you want to take revenge. I know that you want to follow me to repay me while taking revenge on your enemies. But there's no need for that. There really is no need for that. You have to realize that you're not alone anymore. You have a wife, and you must be responsible for her. Understand? As for your revenge, you don't have to worry. The other brothers and I will help accomplish it. Yian shook his head and said, Big brother, how could I possibly leave you at a time like this? Yang Yi smiled and said, if you really want to help me, then get married and settle down properly. After that, work hard on improving your cultivation. After all, my current enemies are all Exalt Realm experts and Monarch Realm experts. Besides that, cherish your loved ones well. Don't lose someone that loves you right now because of the past. Understand? They'll go look for you once I attain the Exalt Realm. Yi Yun gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke firmly. Yang Yi smiled and said, we'll talk about it when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer. His figure flashed and rose into the sky on his sword. Pei Jun walked over to Yi Yun's side, and she gazed at the flowing ray of light in the horizon as she said, the rumors say that Big Brother is a bloodthirsty god of death who killed without batting an eyelid. However, I think Big Brother is a very good person. Looks like the rumors can't be trusted. Yi Yun chuckled and said, the rumors are true. Big Brother really is such a person, but it's only towards his enemies. He's really extremely bloodthirsty and kills without batting an eyelid when facing his enemies. I personally watched as he killed thousands of disciples from the Flower Palace, and he didn't even frown at the time. However, he's really nice and loyal to his own, and I'm very lucky to be someone by his side. I think he's a good person as well. Pei Hu nodded from the side. Was Yang Yi a good person? Of course he was. At the very least, he was one in Pei Hu's opinion. After all, Yang Yi had helped his Pei estate, and it was also Yang Yi that provided him the ability to swagger through the imperial capital in the future. So, such a person was naturally a good person. After he left the Pei estate, Yang Yi arrived at the Immortal Indulgence Pavilion. He naturally had to go meet Qin Siya. After he pushed open its doors and had just walked in, a figure flashed over before Yang Yi felt someone holding onto him while his lips were covered by a pair of soft flesh. It was naturally Qin Siya. You bastard. You didn't even come to see me after you returned to the Southern Territory for so long. Have you forgotten me so quickly after getting someone new? Damn it. To think that I was fucking saving my purity for you here in the Imperial capital. Don't you feel like you've let me down? Just you wait. They'll squeeze you dry today. Qin Siya tore Yang Yi's clothes off in a frenzy while she said this, and her behavior stunned Yang Yi on the spot. In next to no time, Yang Yi was fully stripped. Muffled groans resounded as peach blossoms studded the ground. It was an extremely beautiful sight. Chapter 459, Taken a Liking to Xiao Yushi? After the battle, the two of them sat facing each other within the room while a strange aura suffused it. Why? Asked Yang Yi. Qin Siya had acted very unusually today, and he didn't believe that Qin Siya loved him to such an extent. Qin Siya fell silent. Our relationship has already progressed to such a state. So, is there still anything that you can't tell me? Said Yang Yi in a light voice. Qin Siya glanced at him, remained silent for a moment, and then said, You're really an idiot? Yang Yi was speechless. My grandfather was only helping you in the beginning because you had the Dark Beast Empire's backing, and it wasn't just because of you. If it was only you, then he would definitely not go against the Flower Palace for you. But now, he feels that you have value, and you are worthy of him taking seriously and drawing you over to his side. So, you understand, right? Qin Siya spoke flatly. Yang Yi said, You're what he's using to pull me over to his side. You aren't that dumb. Qin Siya glanced at Yang Yi and said, Even though you are cooperating with the Grand Qin Empire, it's established on the basis that the Dark Beast Empire was backing you. After all, just you alone aren't really useful to the Grand Qin Empire. However, because you're too outstanding to the point even my grandfather was moved, he wants to make you a member of the Empire. At the very least, he wants your relationship with the Empire to be better than the Dark Beast Empire. In short, it's very difficult to explain all the details within all of this to you. You didn't do it willingly, right? Asked Yang Yi in a light voice. Is that important? A wisp of self-ridicule arose on the corners of Qin Siya's mouth. She said, I understood grandfather's intentions as soon as he conferred a title to my mother and I. Our only value to the imperial household lies in my ability to draw you into the empire. Those born within the royal family are never able to take control of their own fate. Fortunately, you aren't that detestable, so I won't feel too wronged. Yang Yi walked over to her, grabbed her hands and said, I didn't resist earlier, so I know that I've already accepted you in my heart. On the other hand, since you were able to be frank with me, I know that I definitely have a place in your heart as well. Since it's like that, then everything else isn't important anymore. The important thing is that you're my wife now, and am your husband. I guarantee that no one will be able to force you to do anything in the future. Qin Xie gazed at Yang Yi for over 10 breaths of time before she looked away and said, Little brother, you've even learned how to speak sweetly during our time apart. Even big sister was almost moved by you. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Xie, I don't like forcing others, nor do I like to force a woman to have feelings for me. If you really have no place for me in your heart, then I won't force you. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi flicked with his finger, and a spatial ring appeared in front of Qin Xie. He said, There are some energy stones here, and they're sufficient for you to cultivate to the Exalt realm. Since you don't like others taking control of your fate, then work hard to become stronger. Once you're strong, then no one can take control of your fate anymore. Qin Xie fell silent. Yang Yi sighed, and then he turned around and walked towards the door. Right when he was about to step through the door, Qin Xie suddenly appeared in front of him and revealed a spurious smile as she said, Little brother, you are really getting more and more capable. You are actually playing cat and mouse with Big Sister. Big Sister has no other choice, but to use my beauty to trap you. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi was instantly pushed to the ground. The sky was dark when Yang Yi left the Immortal Indulgence Pavilion, and a smile couldn't help but arise on the corners of his mouth when he recalled the service Qin Xie had given him earlier. Needless to say, she was really a little devil, a really cute little devil. If he hadn't utilized the mutual cultivation technique he possessed, then he would have probably been too weak to get up after all of it. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he recalled what Qin Xie had said before he left. I'll make you wear a green hat if you don't return alive. She really made him fear suffering any mishaps. After all, he didn't want to have a green hat placed on his head after his death. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived at the entrance to the Talisman Masters Association. An explosion resounded as soon as he arrived here, and then a mushroom cloud suddenly arose from within the association while the entire ground trembled violently. Little she-devil, who offended you this time? A furious howl resounded from within. Bauer. Yang Yi quickly thought of Bauer. Right at this moment, two petite and delicate figures ran out from within the association building, and it was exactly Bauer. Moreover, little Yao was by her side. The two little girls seemed as if they'd done something wrong, and they were looking back as they run as if to see if someone was chasing them. An old man appeared within Yang Yi's field of vision. Yang Yi knew the old man. He was called Feng Xiu. At this moment, Feng Xiu's clothes were tattered as if they'd been blasted by something. Feng Xiu pointed a finger at Bauer and roared furiously. Little she-devil, what exactly do you want? Didn't I just complain about you by accident once? Is it really necessary to blast me with talismans every single day? Is it really necessary? I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson on your grandfather's behalf today. Otherwise, they'll definitely die at your hands one day. Geezer, who asked you to poke your nose in our business when little Yao and I blasted those bastards? Grandpa Bai has agreed to craft super extraordinary talismans for me. I'm going to blast you to the Grand Myriad Mountains once I get them. Bauer held little Yao's hand as she ran and shouted. Feng Xiu was infuriated upon hearing this. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He regretted that Head accidentally said that Bauer was a troublemaker, and the little she-devil had heard him. His nightmare started on that day, as he would be blasted by a talisman every few days, and it just so happened that those talismans weren't capable of killing him, yet could pose a threat to him. So, Feng Xiu was extremely angry. I must give that little she-devil a small lesson this time. Feng Xiu flicked with his finger, and then a strand of gentle yet strong wind blew forward and instantly arrived behind Bauer and little Yao. Right when it was about to strike Bauer and Little Yao, a strand of sword chi suddenly appeared and struck it, causing it to instantly disperse. Yang Yi appeared before Bauer and Little Yao, and then he bowed slightly to Feng Xiu and said, "Senior, why lower yourself to the same level as two little girls? Give Junior some face and spare them this time. All right? I guarantee that this little she-devil won't look for trouble with Senior again." Yang Yi. Feng Xiu's eyelids twitched as he sized Yang Yi up, and then he sighed and said, "Sure enough, every new generation excels beyond the previous. Even I wouldn't dare say that I'm confident in defeating you with the strength you possess right now. Alas, such speed of cultivation really makes me feel like I've wasted my time cultivating. It really can't be compared." Yang Yi smiled and remained silent. Feng Xiu shook his head, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. After Feng Xiu left, Little Yao instantly pounced into Yang Yi's arms as she said, "Big brother, why haven't you come to see me for so long? Do you not like Little Yao anymore?" Yang Yi was on the verge of tears as he rubbed Little Yao's head and said, "Hasn't Big Brother come to see you now? Little Yao, you're at the 7th rank of the first heaven realm? Good work. You're much more formidable than Big Brother was. Looks like it won't be long before Little Yao has to protect Big Brother." She raised her head to gaze at Yang Yi and said, "Big Brother, they'll definitely work hard on my cultivation in the future. Once I'm as formidable as Grandpa Lin Shan, then I'll protect Big Brother. Right? I want to rescue Mother as well. I want to protect both Big Brother and Mother, and I'll make all of them unable to bully our family again." Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. She still doesn't know that Mother. Yang Yi came to an understanding upon thinking about it a little. It was probably that his master, Lin Shan, and the Talisman Masters Association had concealed it from Little Yao, whereas Xiao Yushi had probably chosen to keep it from Little Yao as well. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, forced out a smile, and then said, "All right, Big Brother will wait for Little Yao to become strong, and then we'll go rescue Mother together and protect her, all right?" "All right." Little Yao smiled sweetly. Yang Yi rubbed her head, and then he gazed at Bauer and said, "What? You don't recognize me anymore?" Bauer blinked and said, "Little laborer, I heard that you're very strong. Is that true?" Yang Yi smiled, "I'm just all right." "Then can you help me?" "With what?" Yang Yi was curious. "Help me pull off that old geezer's beard. He actually dared to talk bad about me in front of grandfather and caused me to be grounded for 3 days. How infuriating. Unfortunately, I've finished all my talismans while those other old geezers won't give me talismans easily. Otherwise, I'd definitely blast him all the way to the Grand Myriad Mountains." Bauer spoke angrily. Yang Yi shook his head. She really is a little she-devil. Yang Yi walked over to her, withdrew a few rare heaven-rank spirit herbs, and then passed them to her before he said, "I can't help you do that. However, I can give you these. You should be able to recognize them. Take them to those old geezers, and they'll definitely be willing to give you some extraordinary talismans in return. Get some and blast him with them, all right?" Bauer blinked, and then grabbed all those spirit herbs from Yang Yi before she exclaimed, "A heaven-rank blue-silver grass, a heaven-rank jade cloud herb, a heaven-rank blue-silver fruit. I've only seen all of these in ancient books. I never expected them to really exist. Little laborer, are you really giving them to me?" "Of course." Yang Yi hurriedly nodded and said, "I'm Bauer's first friend. Even though these things are precious, are they more precious than our friendship?" Bauer gave Yang Yi a thumbs up and said, "All right, little laborer, I didn't misjudge you. You really are a good friend. Right, let me get some talismans and blast that old geezer. We'll play a little later." As soon as she finished speaking, Bauer didn't even look back as she ran into the association building. "Big brother, those grandfathers will definitely hate you if they find out." Little Yao spoke softly. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Little Yao will definitely not expose my secret, right?" Little Yao spoke firmly. "Of course." Yang Yi smiled, and then he looked towards the side and said, "Yushi, show yourself." Xiao Yushi appeared before Yang Yi and Little Yao once he finished speaking, and then she nodded lightly to Little Yao before she gazed at Yang Yi. "I didn't tell her." "I know." Yang Yi nodded. He took hold of Little Yao's hand and said, "Come and meet your sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law?" Little Yao was stunned. She glanced at Xiao Yushi and then glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded. Xiao Yushi took the initiative to walk over to Little Yao, and then she took Little Yao's other hand before she flipped her own. A fine and curved silver saber appeared before Little Yao as Xiao Yushi said, "This is for you." A heaven-rank treasure. Little Yao exclaimed upon laying eyes on it, and then she gazed at Xiao Yushi and spoke with uncertainty. "Is it really for me?" Xiao Yushi nodded. Little Yao smiled sweetly, and then she took the silver curved saber that was thin like the wind of a cicada. After that, she seemed to have thought of something, and she raised her head to gaze at Xiao Yushi. She hesitated for a moment before she said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." The corners of Xiao Yushi's mouth curled up a little upon hearing this, and it formed an enchanting smile. What a beautiful woman. Right at this moment, a young man who was just about to walk towards the association building had stopped, and he exclaimed with admiration as he gazed at Xiao Yushi. There was an old man holding a black iron stick by the young man's side as well. Xiao Yushi frowned a little yet paid no attention to the young man as she walked over to Yang Yi's side with Little Yao. Yang Yi glanced at the young man, and then he took their hands and walked off towards the distance because he truly wasn't interested in paying any attention to such a fellow. The young man was slightly stunned, and then he revealed a playful smile as he said, "I never expected that I would actually encounter such an extraordinary woman upon coming here to participate in the exams to become a talisman master. Elder He, I want her." The old man who held the stick chuckled while a wisp of lust flashed through his eyes. "As you wish, young master. However, I hope that young master will allow me to have a taste as well once you're finished." The young man smiled and said, "Of course." Meanwhile, Yang Yi's footsteps had stopped. Chapter 460. Just watch. Yang Yi turned around to look at the two of them, and then Dragonbone appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm. He knew that since they dared to speak such words without an ounce of fear while they were in broad daylight and right before the Talisman Masters Association, they were definitely confident in their ability and backing. However, it wasn't important to him. The important thing was that they had to die. "Elder he seems to intend to kill us." The young man exaggerated and took 2 steps back upon seeing Yang Yi withdraw a sword, and he said, "Someone is actually trying to kill me, Beiming High, in the imperial capital and right in front of the Talisman Masters Association. Elder I'm so afraid." Elder glanced at Yang Yi with disdain and said, "Don't worry, young master. He's just an ant at the spirit realm which I can end with a swing of my stick." The young man acted in an exaggerated manner again and heaved a huge sigh of relief before he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Kid, I've taken a liking to that woman by your side. Hand her over if you want to live, and perhaps he'll be delighted and spare your life. Otherwise, it would be difficult for you to die even if you wanted to." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was just about to attack when roaring laughter suddenly resounded from the side. "Haha, Beiming High, you lusty fellow. Looks like you've found something nice again that you're actually trying to seize her openly in front of the Talisman Masters Association. I, Shangguan Tian, am truly filled with anticipation. Of course, I should have a share since I was here to witness this." The Shangguan clan? A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he turned his head to the side. He saw a young man walking over slowly with an old man leading the way. Yang Yi directly disregarded the young man and shot his gaze onto the old man, because the old man was none other than the old man who'd stood up for Shangguan Ji in the Pei estate. The old man's face had a smile on it, because such a thing was very common amongst the great clans. After all, even Head frequently committed such acts. However, the smile on his face instantly froze upon catching sight of Yang Yi, and then it became extremely unsightly. On the other hand, the young man by his side had shot his gaze onto Xiao Yushi instead, and his eyes immediately lit up before he said, "How gorgeous! Beiming High, your taste is pretty good this time. I, Shangguan Tian, will get a turn as well, right?" "Ha!" Slap. Suddenly, the old man by Shangguan Tian's side slapped him on the face, and the latter was instantly slapped flying by over 30 m. Beiming High, Elder and Shangguan Tian were stunned. The old man walked over to Yang Yi and revealed a slightly flattering smile as he said, "Young Master Yang, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive this nephew of mine." "Young Master Yang," Bai Minghai said in a low voice, "Shangguan Mu, he's a member of the Yang clan? Why haven't I heard of him? But it doesn't matter. Shangguan Mu, is your Shangguan clan going from bad to worse? The Yang clan is just a clan that's in decline. It's their honor for members of my Baiming clan and your Shangguan clan to take a liking to their women. Is it necessary to treat him in such a? It's none of your fucking business." The old man suddenly turned around and interrupted Bai Minghai, and then he shouted furiously, "Bai Minghai, you idiot! When has your Baiming clan ever been in a position to teach my Shangguan how to act? You brainless idiot! You should just think about how you're going to die later. Let me see if that protective father of yours is able to save you." At this moment, Shangguan Mu really wanted to cry. How could he have imagined that he would encounter this maleficent existence again? Moreover, had even offended this maleficent existence again. Could it be that the heavens want to torture me? Bai Minghai was immediately infuriated upon hearing Shangguan Mu, and he was about to speak when Yang Yi said, "So the disciples of the four great clans are such trash. It had nothing to do with me before this, but all of you just had to look for trouble with me. Right, Shangguan Mu, right? You won't have any objections if I kill him, right?" The corners of Shangguan Mu's mouth twitched, and then he smiled bitterly as he said, "Young Master Yang, he's a rare talisman master of my Shangguan clan. Please show mercy." "So you disagree?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Shangguan Mu's heart shook while thoughts flashed incessantly through his mind. If he were to rescue Shangguan Tian, then it meant that he might offend Yang Yi. With Yang Yi's character, he felt that Yang Yi might really attack the Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan had no need to fear Yang Yi if he was all alone, but the founding emperor, beast emperor, and a mysterious monarch realm expert were standing behind Yang Yi. The most important factor was Yang Yi's own natural talent. If the Shangguan clan couldn't annihilate such an enemy, then it was best not to make such an enemy. Otherwise, the Shangguan clan wouldn't be able to endure his rage. Shangguan Mu took a deep breath, and then he moved to the side and said, "Young Master Yang, please do as you please." When he witnessed this scene, Shangguan Tian held his swollen face and said with disbelief, "Third uncle, I'm your nephew. How could you allow him to kill me? How will you face my father if you do this? No matter how formidable he is, can he be more formidable than my Shangguan clan? He's just an ant at the spirit realm, I." A ray of light flashed from a saber, and then Shangguan Tian's head flew into the air. Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi Hood launched the attack, and she spoke indifferently. "He insulted you." Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mu said, "Young Master Yang, this matter should be over now, right?" Yang Yi said, "I could sense that you wanted to make a move just now, but you didn't attack in the end. It's quite regrettable to me because I really want to pay a visit to your Shangguan clan." Shangguan Mu's expression changed, and then he laughed bitterly and said, "Young Master Yang, you must be joking. Even though you are only at the spirit realm, I'm afraid it isn't difficult for you to kill Exalt realm experts. So, how could I dare to act against young Master Yang? As for paying a visit to my Shangguan clan, I represent the Shangguan clan to sincerely invite young Master Yang to our clan. My Shangguan clan has numerous sword cultivators that are filled with admiration towards young Master Yang." Yang Yi chuckled and said, "You can go. Remember what you said at the Pei estate." Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Mu turned around and walked towards the distance. However, had merely taken a few steps before he stopped once more, and then he glanced at Bai Minghai and said, "Idiot." After that, he didn't stay here any longer and vanished on the spot. "Who exactly are you?" Bai Minghai spoke in a low voice. He would really be an idiot if he hadn't noticed that there was something fishy about the entire incident. However, he couldn't figure out exactly who this person was that Shangguan Tian would actually give up on rescuing Shangguan Tian. After all, Shangguan Tian was a talisman master, and he played a great role in the Shangguan clan. Yang Yi didn't answer Bai Minghai. His figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Bai Minghai before he swung his sword. The latter was horrified by this scene. At the critical moment, a black stick appeared before Bai Minghai, and it obstructed Yang Yi's sword. Clang! A soft clang resounded, and then Elder Hei's iron stick broke before the shocked gazes of Bai Ming Hai and Elder Hei. Both of them were astounded by this scene because the black iron stick was a high-grade Earth-rank treasure, yet it had actually been cut apart just like that. Yang Yi gave up on killing Bai Ming Hai, and he gazed at Elder Hei while he twisted his wrist a little, causing Dragonbone to slash horizontally towards Elder Hei. How could Elder Hei dare to resist this attack head-on? His figure flashed and appeared over 60 m away, and then he stretched a hand forward and clenched his fist as he shouted, "Spatial cage." Yang Yi's figure was instantly frozen on the spot. Bai Ming Hai and Elder Hei were delighted upon witnessing this scene. But in the next moment, a strand of red light surged out explosively from within Yang Yi. Bang! The spatial barriers around him were instantly blasted apart. Slaughter sword intent. You're Yang Yi, the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi. Elder Hei gazed at Yang Yi with horror while he cried out involuntarily, "Yang Yi." Bai Ming Hai's expression changed rapidly when he heard this name. It turned out that he'd been thinking about it from the wrong angle since the beginning. The young Master Yang that Shangguan Mu had been referring to wasn't the Yang clan, but the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi. Bai Ming Hai's countenance couldn't help but turn ghastly pale when he thought up to here. The Sword Emperor, Yang Yi, was naturally not unfamiliar to him because rumors about him were spreading throughout the Southern Territory. Of course, most importantly, all the clans in the entire Southern Territory had issued the order that Yang Yi shouldn't be offended at all, because Yang Yi was a madman, and anyone who offended him would definitely suffer unbridled revenge from him. The Flower Palace was the best example of this. Bai Ming Hai's countenance grew even paler when he thought of the Flower Palace's fate. He knew that he would still have to suffer terribly even if he could survive this incident. At this moment, he understood why Shangguan Mu allowed Yang Yi to kill Shangguan Tian and why Shangguan Mu had called him an idiot. Indeed, even he felt that he was an idiot right now. With a flip of his hand, Dragonbone vanished and Void Flash appeared in his hand, and then his slaughter sword intent swept out swiftly. Elder Hei's expression changed violently when he saw Yang Yi withdraw Void Flash, and he spoke with astonishment. The Tao artifact, Void Flash. Young Master Yang, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. However, Yang Yi didn't was his breath. He just swung Void Flash, and then its tip suddenly appeared before Elder Hei's chest. The latter was astounded, and he flashed away by over 30 m. However, right at this moment, a golden rope suddenly traveled through space and instantly wrapped itself around him. Elder Hei howled with grief in his heart once he was bound by the golden rope, and he said to himself, "I'm finished." Sure enough, the tip of Void Flash pierced through the center of his forehead, and then Elder Hei's head instantly exploded into pieces. Bai Ming Hai fell to the ground when he witnessed this scene, and his countenance was ghastly pale while his eyes were filled with terror. It really is as the rumors said. This madman really does possess the strength to kill Exalt Realm Expert. I'm doomed. Yang Yi's countenance grew much paler after he killed Elder Hei. Killing an Exalt Realm Expert was really not that easy because Void Flash and the Immortal Binding Rope really exhausted a huge amount of profound energy. Especially Void Flash, he was only able to swing it twice at most, with the strength he possessed right now. Twice was his limit, and it was even under the circumstances that he wasn't able to fully utilize Void Flash's strength. At this moment, Yang Yi really missed the moment he utilized Void Flash while at the Exalt Realm, because while he could still only swing it 3 times then, he could utilize a substantial amount of Void Flash's strength. Yang Yi shook his head, withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone, and started to absorb the energy within it. After that, he gazed at Bai Ming Hai and slashed with his sword, causing a strand of sword chi to instantly shoot towards Bai Ming Hai. Right when it was about to strike Bai Ming Hai, a strand of red light suddenly erupted from a locket that Bai Ming Hai was wearing. The red light instantly dispersed the sword chi Yang Yi executed. At the same time, a voice rumbled through the surroundings. "Yang Yi, you've already killed an expert from my Bai Ming clan. How about stopping here?" "No." Yang Yi laughed coldly. Bai Ming Hai had insulted Xiao Yushi, so he was determined to kill Bai Ming Hai no matter what. Besides that, he was able to sense that the owner of this voice was talking to him through the locket, and that person was probably rushing over here right now. That voice fell silent for a moment before it said, "Since it's like that, then let me see how exactly you'll kill my son." As soon as these words were spoken, a middle-aged man who Biming Hai really resembled had appeared here. He was at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm, at least. Just watch. Wild laughter resounded from Yang Yi. Chapter 461 No. The blue sword chest appeared before Yang Yi. In the next moment, 4 swords shot into the sky from within the sword chest, and then they transformed into 4 rays of light that shot like bolts of lightning towards the middle-aged man and Biming Hai. On the other hand, Yang Yi's countenance had turned ghastly pale while his figure even trembled violently. Head almost fell to the ground. Utilizing 4 Dao artifacts at once caused the profound energy within him to be instantly exhausted without leaving a drop behind. Just like the Sword of Elements, while the might of this sword formation was formidable, its consumption was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for his formidable physical body and the mortal Emperor armor, he would dare utilize this terrifying sword formation or the Sword of Elements. Dao artifacts. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and he instantly discarded his contempt while a solemn expression appeared on his face. He clenched his right palm towards those 4 swords from afar while he shouted, "Spatial cage." As soon as he spoke, those 4 swords were instantly frozen on the spot. However, a mere instant passed before they stabbed the spatial barrier apart and shot towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He swiftly clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it towards the swords. Tiger Blast. An enormous tiger formed from energy suddenly appeared here. It roared furiously before pouncing like a starving tiger that was pouncing towards food, and it pounced at the 4 swords. Hiss, 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 hiss. The middle-aged man watched with astonishment as the 4 swords pierced through the enormous tiger with ease, and then it dispersed while those 4 swords arrived before him. The swords shook a little before countless extraordinarily dazzling rays of light flashed through the spot where the middle-aged man stood. No! The middle-aged man's shrill and miserable cry resounded from amidst the rays of light from the swords, and his body had been transformed into a pile of pieces when the rays of light dispersed. Biming Hai was first stunned upon witness this scene, and then he turned around and ran towards the Talisman Masters Association. He shouted as he ran, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Alas! A sigh resounded before an old man who wore the black robes of a Talisman Master appeared by Biming Hai's side. The old man shook his head while he gazed at Biming Hai, who had a ghastly pale countenance which was covered in horror. He said, "Master told you a very long time ago that your character needs to be changes, or you'll bite of more than you can chew, one day. But you just wouldn't believe me. Now, you've finally suffered, huh? Master, save me." I merely spoke a few words to the woman by his side and wanted to invite him into the Talisman Masters Association. I don't know how I infuriated this fellow, Yang Yi, to the point he killed Elder He and even killed my father just now. Master, you must uphold justice on my behalf. Biming Hai held forcefully onto the old man's leg, and he cried as he pointed a finger at Yang Yi and spoke. The old man sighed lightly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, he's my only disciple. Can you give me some face and spare his life this time?" "No." Yang Yi carried the blue sword chest on his back and had Void Flash in his hand as he walked slowly towards Biming Hai. He said, "With your wisdom, Senior should be able to discern if he's telling the truth. Since you can yet still choose to protect him, then I presume you've contributed to the reason why he dares to act in such an unbridled and brazen manner. Out of consideration for the fact that Senior is from the Talisman Masters Association like my master, Lin Shan, just returned back into the association. Is there really no room for discussion?" asked the old man in a low voice. "None." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. He felt that it was best to kill someone like Biming Hai. He didn't believe that Biming Hai would mend his ways. Moreover, even if Biming Hai did, it had nothing to do with Yang Yi, because Biming Hai was going to die in the end, and Yang Yi refused to change his decision for any reason. In Yang Yi's opinion, Bai Minghai had to die from the moment he humiliated Xiao Yushi. What if I want to protect him? The old man looked Yang Yi in the eye. Then you can die with him. Two swords shot into the sky from a single command Yang Yi issued in his heart, and then they circled the sky above the old man. The effects of the extreme-grade energy stone he was absorbing energy from allowed his profound energy to recover a little during this period that they were talking. Even though he couldn't fully utilize 4 swords, he could still utilize 2 of them. The old man's face turned grim, and then a terrifying aura surged explosively from within him. He was an Exalt Realm expert. Stay your hand. Right at this critical moment, a figure had flashed out from within the association building, and then it instantly arrived between Yang Yi and the old man. It was Lin Shan, Yang Yi's master. Shunimo, are you trying to bully the weak? Lin Shan glared angrily at the old man. Bully the weak? The old man called Shinimo laughed coldly and said, Lin Shan, those words of yours don't make sense. This disciple of yours is capable of killing Exalt Realm experts. Don't you see those 2 corpses at the side? Both of these Exalt Realm experts were killed by your disciple. Even if I fight him right now, who knows which one of us will be the bully in the end? Lin Shan's eyelids twitched when he saw the corpses that belonged to Elder He and Bai Minghai's father. He hadn't imagined that the strength of this disciple of his would actually be so terrifying to the point that Yang Yi could even kill Exalt Realm experts. After a moment of silence, Lin Shan gazed at Yang Yi. He was just about to say something when Yang Yi spoke first. Master, if you want to ask me to spare Bai Minghai, then don't. He insulted Yushi, and it's a taboo of mine. I'm determined to take his life. So, please don't say anything so as to avoid hurting our relationship for an outsider. Lin Shan fell silent when he heard this, and then he sighed lightly. Fine, I won't interfere in this matter. Shinimo, attack if you really want to die. I can guarantee that the association will absolutely not stand on your side. As for the reason, you should know it yourself. At this moment, Yang Yi had the support of the founding emperor and beast emperor. With these 2 lords by his side, even the Talisman Masters Association wouldn't offend him rashly. Moreover, Yang Yi's own natural talent would definitely allow him to become a peerless expert even if he couldn't become matchless throughout the world like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor had been all those years ago. The Talisman Masters Association wouldn't offend someone who possessed both natural talent and backing. Shinmo's face changed a little. Only now did he recall that the founding emperor and beast emperor were standing behind Yang Yi. With the 2 of them there, the association would definitely not make an enemy of Yang Yi for his sake. After all, the association would refuse to offend the Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor. Moreover, Yang Yi had connections within the association as well, so he would really be fighting alone if he were to go against Yang Yi. Not to mention whether he could defeat Yang Yi. He would probably be unable to do anything to Yang Yi even if he could defeat Yang Yi. After all, Lin Shan was here, so it was impossible for him to kill Yang Yi. However, Bai Minghai was his only disciple, and he was truly unwilling to abandon his only disciple just like that. Suddenly, Shunmo's expression eased up, and he heaved a sigh of relief while he looked up into the air because he didn't have to stay conflicted and depressed anymore. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Lin Shan had looked up into the sky as well. A wave of intense trembling suddenly arose from an expanse of space over 100 m away, and then a white-haired old man in a luxurious robe walked out slowly from within space. He was a 9th-rank Exalt Realm expert. Bai Mingyan, this grandson of yours would be dead if you got here a little later. Shinimo grunted coldly as he gazed at the white-haired old man. On the other hand, Bai Minghai seemed as if head laid eyes upon his savior. He instantly leaped over to the area below Bai Mingyan and said, Grandfather, I would have been killed by that fellow, Yang Yi, if you got here a little later. Grandfather, you must uphold justice for me. Father is dead. Elder He is dead. Both of them were killed by Yang Yi. Grandfather, you must avenge them. Bai Mingyan glanced at the corpses at the side, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Sword Emperor, you've killed 2 Exalt Realm experts of my Bai Ming clan. You should have finished venting by now, right? Looks like you intend to save him. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Bai Mingyan's eyes narrowed a little as he said, Sword Emperor, it seems like you don't intend to let my grandson live. Since it's like that, then I, Bai Ming-yin, have no choice but to seek guidance from the Sword Emperor. Seek guidance from me? Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. How shameless. Brother Bai Ming, it's hardly justifiable to challenge a first-rank Spirit Realm Profounder while you're at the 9th rank of the Exalt Realm. Lin Shan spoke in a low voice from the side. Bai Ming-yin spoke indifferently. I would naturally not act so shamelessly against anyone else, but Lin Shan, you should be clearly aware of the strength that this disciple of yours possesses. He slaughtered numerous Exalt Realm experts of the Flower Palace by himself. Moreover, there were 9th rank Exalt Realm experts amongst them. So, I feel that I'm not bullying the weak. Bang! The 9th Hell Swordwing suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. Rapid shift. Yang Yi shouted furiously before his figure suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, everyone heard a swish resound through the air, and the Bai Ming Hai's head instantly flew into the air while a fountain of blood sprayed from his neck. Yang Yi returned back to where he stood earlier, and he held Void Flash in his hand while he gazed at Bai Ming-yin, who was still astounded. He said, as expected, like father like son, the three of you are really the same type of trash, and I truly can't stand to continue wasting my breath with you. I've killed him, so what do you intend to do now? You're courting death. Bai Ming-yan's face had instantly warped after he recovered from his shock, and then his figure flashed over to Yang Yi. He swiftly slapped his palm towards Yang Yi, and the space in his palm's path was warped by the powerful force within his palm that was smashed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed a little, and he was about to utilize the sword domain. However, Lin Shan appeared before him, and then swung his palm as well. Bang! Their palms collided, and then the space there instantly trembled violently while both of them took a few steps back. Lin Shan, do you intend to become enemies with my Bai Ming clan? Bai Ming-yans gazed at Lin Shan with a ferocious expression. Become enemies? Lin Shan grunted coldly and said, there's nothing wrong with that statement. Bai Ming-yan, you're acting shamelessly and utilizing a cultivation at the Exalt Realm to bully my disciple right before my eyes. How could I, Lin Shan, allow that? Cut the crap. Make your move if you want to fight. Good, good, good. Bai Ming-yin was infuriated to the extreme and was just about to attack. However, right at this moment, the tip of a sword had suddenly appeared an inch away from the center of his forehead. Bai Ming-yan's pupils constricted violently while his figure flashed swiftly and barely avoided this attack. Good my ass. I've killed your son and your grandson, so allow me to kill you as well. Yang Yi's furious howl resounded from the ground below. Yang Yi wasn't being ruthless. He knew that since enmity had been sown between them, then he naturally had to spare no one. Moreover, just think about it. If Yang Yi didn't possess sufficient strength and backing, then what would be the fate that awaited him, Xiao Yushi and Little Yao? Yang Yi wasn't an optimistic person, and he always thought about the worst-case scenario. Chapter 462, His Reverse Scale. Yang Yi poured the last remaining strands of profound energy like a madman into Void Flash, and then he suddenly slashed it at Bai Ming-yin from afar. The tip of Void Flash suddenly appeared behind Bai Ming-yan's head, and it caused his hairs to stand on end. Bai Ming-yin twisted his body and barely avoided this strike again. Even though Head avoided Yang Yi's attack, his expression was extremely solemn, and there was clear fear in his eyes as he gazed at the Void Flash sword in Yang Yi's hand. Because the attacks from this Dao artifact were truly too strange, and even he didn't dare underestimate it. What a pity! Yang Yi exclaimed in his heart when he saw Bai Ming-yin avoid his attack. He knew that his current strength was insufficient to kill Bai Ming-yin. After all, he wasn't at the Exalt Realm right now. Besides his intent to annihilate all potential trouble, Head attacked because he was very well aware that Bai Ming-yin would definitely not spare him. Since both sides weren't prepared to spare the other, then he could only seize the initiative to attack. Yang Yi's countenance turned sickly pale once he swung this attack. Killing two Exalt Realm experts just now had made him severely overexert his profound energy. Now, even an extreme-grade energy stone was unable to support him in swinging Void Flash again. Big brother, Little Yao stretched out her hand to grab Yang Ye's hand, and her face was covered in worry. Xiao Yushi walked over to Yang Ye's side. Even though she didn't say anything, the worry in her eyes was obvious. Yang Yi smiled to the two of them and said, "I'm fine. I just need to rest a little." "You don't have time to rest." Bai Mingyan stared fixedly at Yang Yi from midair, and he said coldly, "My Baiming clan wasn't willing to become enemies with you, but you refused to give my Baiming clan any face. Since it's like that, then I'll kill you. Let me see if the founding emperor and beast emperor will attack my Baiming clan because of you." "Bai Mingyan, you seem to have forgotten me." Lin Shan stood before Yang Yi and spoke in a cold voice. Bai Mingyan glanced at Shinamo and said, "Brother Shinamo, my grandson was your one and only disciple. Now that he has been killed right before your eyes, could it be that you aren't going to avenge him?" Shinamo glanced at Bai Ming Hai's corpse that had its head severed by a single swing of Yang Ye's sword, and then a wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through his eyes. He took a deep breath and gazed at Lin Shan as he said, "Geezer Lin, it seems to have been some time since we last sparred. Why don't we exchange a few blows?" Before Lin Shan could even answer him, Shinamo had charged explosively towards Lin Shan. "Shinamo, you bastard, do you know what you're doing?" Lin Shan shouted furiously as he fought Shinamo. "What am I doing? My disciple is dead, so I naturally have to avenge him. Are you saying that only you, Lin Shan, can be protective? Cut the crap. I don't dare what sort of backing your disciple possesses. He's going to die today, and no one can save him." Shinamo spoke ferociously as he attacked Lin Shan. Good. Bastard. Since you want to die, then don't blame me." Lin Shan had been infuriated as well, and he immediately stopped holding back. Both their strengths were on par, so it was utterly impossible to decide on a victor in a short period of time. Bai Mingyan laughed coldly, and then his gaze descended onto Xiao Yushi as he said, "Yang Yi, since you killed my grandson for that woman, then I'll make 100 people sully her honor before your eyes, and then I'll make both of you pay for my grandson's death with your own lives. What do you think about this idea?" Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at Bai Mingyan, and then he said, "I was originally slightly hesitant, but now I understand how stupid I was. Bai Mingyan, they'll definitely annihilate your Bai Ming clan today just because of those words you spoke. Don't worry, so that you, your son, and grandson aren't lonely in hell, I'll make everyone from your Bai Ming clan accompany the three of you in hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi withdrew a top-grade transmission talisman and tossed it into the air. It shook lightly in midair before it exploded apart. "Annihilate my Bai Ming clan?" Bai Mingyan started laughing from extreme rage, and he said, Good. Let me see how you annihilate my Bai Ming clan. Don't worry, I've changed my mind. I won't let her die because I'm going to make her life a living hell. The same goes for your sister. I heard you really dote on her. Don't worry, I won't kill her as well, and I'll let you witness how they are sullied and humiliated before your very eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mingyan was just about to attack when the space in the surroundings fluctuated, and then two black-clothed women suddenly appeared here while Bai Mingyan watched with bewilderment. After that, over 30 more figures appeared successively. All of them were Exalt Realm expert. Bai Mingyan's heart shook. It was naturally Qing and Hong who'd arrived first. Who should we kill? Hong was the first to speak. The trip to the Flower Palace had allowed her to earn a huge amount of top-grade energy stones, so she had a pretty good impression of Yang Yi. After all, the compensation Yang Yi provided was truly too generous. So, once she received Yang Yi's transmission talisman, she hadn't hesitated to rush over. After all, those top-grade energy stones would belong to others if she were late. Bai Mingyan's expression changed when he heard Hong. He hadn't expected that all of them were actually Yang Yi's backup. With such an amount of Exalt Realm experts, Bai Mingyan's countenance instantly turned pale when he recalled what Yang Yi had just said. Ling Shan and Shinamo had stopped fighting as well. Both of them were looking with shock at Hong and the others. After all, it was an extremely unbelievable sight to see so many Exalt Realm experts appear at once, especially when it was Yang Yi who'd summoned them. Yang Yi glanced at Bai Mingyan and said, "All of you head to the Bai Ming clan and kill all the experts above at the Exalt Realm there. As for the spirit realm experts and those below the spirit realm, all of you don't have to pay any attention to them. As for this patriarch of the Baiming clan, keep him alive for now. Yang Yi, don't you dare. Baiming Yin shouted furiously. Yang Yi disregarded Baiming Yin and glanced at Hong, and then the latter nodded. She left 3 Exalt Realm experts behind before all the mothers flashed towards the Baiming clan with her. Yang Yi, my Baiming clan has lost. Let's just let bygones be bygones, all right? Baiming Yin yielded. After all, how could he not when so many Exalt Realm experts were rushing to the Baiming clan? Let bygones be bygones? Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Why didn't you ask for that earlier? You only want to let bygones be bygones when I have more forces on my side and am stronger than your Baiming clan? Who was the one who said you'd make our lives hell?" Baiming Yin, a dragon has a reverse scale, and touching it would incur the dragon's wrath. Allow me to tell you that I'll eliminate your Baiming clan from the imperial capital today. If Baiming Yin had just acted against him, then he would have just killed Baiming Yin and put an end to everything. However, Baiming Yin should have never spoken about acting against Xiao Yushi and Little Yao because that had undoubtedly touched Yang Ye's reverse scale. So, in Yang Ye's opinion, just killing Baiming Yin was far from sufficient. Yang Yi, it's best to never go too far when you do things. Baiming Yin stared at Yang Yi with an unsightly expression while killing intent surged explosively throughout his body. I stress upon pulling up weeds by the root and leaving no potential trouble behind. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Good, good. Baiming Yin started laughing from the extreme rage he felt, and he said, "Let me see if the Grand Qin Empire will allow you to act against my Baiming clan in the imperial capital. Then let's just wait and see," said Yang Yi. In the imperial palace, Emperor Yang Yi seems to intend to annihilate the Baiming clan. Should we stop him? After all, the Baiming clan is one of the 4 great clans. It will probably displease many clans if we allow it to be annihilated in the imperial capital. Moreover, it might cause unnecessary trouble as well. Li Si spoke lightly to the founding emperor who stood before him. The founding emperor said, "What do you think Yang Yi would do if we were to stop him?" Li Si was slightly stunned. He pondered deeply for a moment before he laughed bitterly and said, "He's extremely vengeful and wouldn't tolerate it at all. If we were to stop him from annihilating the Baiming clan, then perhaps he wouldn't say anything on the surface, but he would definitely have a bad opinion of our empire. Moreover, he might look for trouble with our empire in the future." The founding emperor said, "It's inadvisable for us to become enemies with him right now, and we even have to try our very best to be on good terms with him. It isn't just because he represents the Dark Beast Emperor, it's also because he's the Sword Emperor of this era and has a good relationship with the Martial God. After all, only the Sword Emperor and Martial God have no need to fear the Mortal Emperor's Mortal Emperor sword. Moreover, with the natural talent he possesses, it would take 100 years at most before there would probably be no one in the Southern Territory capable of stopping him." Li Si sighed lightly and said, "But the Baiming clan is one of the 4 great clans in the end. Moreover, it has a rather good relationship with our empire. The founding emperor waved his hand and interrupted Li Si. Baiming Yin sought death himself, and he can't blame anyone for it. He was clearly aware of the Sword Emperor's rise in the world and that the Sword Emperor is on friendly terms with both my Grand Qin Empire and the Dark Beast Emperor. Yet Baiming Yin just had to touch a taboo of his. He really is an idiot. Compared to Baiming Yin, Shangguanimo is much wiser. It's inadvisable for our empire to interfere in this matter. Well help neither side, and the fate of the Baiming clan will depend on their own fortune." Li Si stopped persuading the founding emperor and immediately nodded upon hearing this. After that, he walked slowly out of the palace. Right when he was about to step out of the door, the founding emperor suddenly said, "There's one more thing. Yang Yi is my son-in-law now. So announce it to the world once this incident comes to an end, and allow the world to know my empire's attitude towards Yang Yi." Li Si's heart shook, and then he shook his head to himself. The Baiming clan is really finished. Baiming Yin sat weakly on the ground outside the Talisman Masters Association, and he looked ahead while seeming as if Head lost his soul. A few dozen bloody heads were lying there around 30 m in front of him. He recognized all these heads because they belonged to the experts of the Baiming clan, and 2 of them were his own younger brothers. Over 200 people were kneeling by the side of those heads. He recognized these people as well. They were disciples of the Baiming clan, and there were profounders of all ages amongst them. Most importantly, there was a black-clothed figure by the side of every single one of them. Moreover, daggers that were suffused with a cold glow were right against their necks. Yang Yi, this matter is between the 2 of us, and it isn't related to the disciples of my Baiming clan. So long as you're willing to let them go, then willing to take my own life to calm your rage and atone for my crimes. Baiming Yin gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke these words. At this moment, he was aware of the Grand Qin Empire's attitude towards Yang Yi and the Baiming clan. He had no doubt that the empire was standing on Yang Yi's side, and his clan had no hope. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "It's too late." Right when Yang Yi was about to give the order to kill, alas, a sigh resounded before Bai Shan appeared before everyone. Bai Shan glanced at the pile of heads, and then he glanced at Yang Yi with a complicated expression and said, "Enmity shouldn't extend to wives and children. Yang Yi, give me face and spare them, all right?" "President Bai, why didn't you step forward and plead for mercy on my behalf when Baiming Yin attacked me?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Bai Shan was speechless. Right when he was about to say something, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything. Zhang Lu, spare no one." Chapter 463 Sword Demon. Zhang Lu and the others stopped hesitating and exerted slight strength on their daggers. In an instant, countless heads rolled to the ground. Yang Yi, Baiming Yin, swear that it'll definitely make you pay with your blood if it's the last thing I do." Baiming Yin suddenly roared madly, and then he tore space open and fled towards the distance. Even though he wished for nothing more than to drink Yang Yi's blood and skin Yang Yi alive right now, he was very clearly aware that it would absolutely be him who lost his life if he were to stay here. So, he hadn't hesitated to flee. There was always hope while one was still alive. The way he thought was right, but reality was cruel. Right when Baiming Yin had just torn space apart and was about to enter the rift he created, 2 Exalt Realm experts had suddenly appeared by his side, and then they slapped their palms towards him from afar. In an instant, the spatial rift Baiming Yin tore apart had been blasted into pieces. After that, Hong and Qing suddenly appeared in front of behind him respectively before 2 cold glows flashed. Baiming Yin was horrified. His figure shook as he was about to tear space apart and flee again, but 2 more Exalt Realm experts appeared in the air above him. It wasn't long before a miserable and shrill cry resounded from Baiming Yin from being jointly attacked by so many Exalt Realm experts. When they witnessed Baiming Yin's death from the shadows, the expressions of the patriarchs of countless clans in the imperial capital had become extremely solemn. After all, how could they possibly be unaware when such a huge incident had occurred in the imperial capital? They were already here when Yang Yi had captured the members of the Baiming clan and brought them here, and they were just hiding in the shadows. All of them hadn't expected that the great Baiming clan would actually be destroyed just like that. After all, the Baiming clan's patriarch was a 9th-rank Exalt Realm expert, while the Baiming clan itself had over 10 Exalt Realm experts. However, such an enormous force had still been annihilated, and the reason was because it had offended Yang Yi. Bloodthirsty, vengeful, ruthless, kills others like their flies. Even the members of the Ghost sect are probably not as ruthless as he is. This is no sword emperor. This is a sword demon. Yang Yi wasn't aware that Head gained another name today, and it was Sword Demon. At the instant he saw Baiming Yin and all the members of the Baiming clan being annihilated, Shangguan Mu, who was watching from the shadows, immediately felt that his decision to not become enemies with Yang Yi was extremely wise. If Head chosen to go against Yang Yi at that time, then perhaps the consequences the Baiming clan faced would be the consequences that his Shangguan clan faced. After all, his Shangguan clan was on par with the Baiming clan. Let me see if those old geezers of the clan will say that I'm spineless when I return to the clan after this. Shangguan Mu laughed coldly. His actions of compromising that day had made many of his clansmen feel very displeased with him. They'd said that Head lost face for the Shangguan clan. Now, he really looked forward to seeing the expressions on their faces. At this moment, all the patriarchs who were watching from the shadows had simultaneously made a decision. It was to immediately issue an order upon returning to their respectively clans, and the content of that order would be, anyone who offends Yang Yi will be expelled from the clan. Yang Yi was a madman who possessed both formidable strength and backing. They absolutely couldn't afford to offend such a madman, otherwise, the Baiming clan would be the best example of the fate that awaited them. After Hong and the others killed Baiming Yin, Yang Yi shot his gaze towards Shanimo. The latter's eyelids twitched, and then he said coldly, "What? You intend to kill me as well?" Exactly. Yang Yi naturally intended to kill Shinamo as well. After all, Shinamo had desired his death just now. Lin Shan hesitated for a moment, but he didn't say anything in the end. He was very well aware of the character Yang Yi possessed. If Yang Yi had really decided to kill Shinamo, then persuading him would be utterly useless. Yang Yi, Shinamo is an elder of my Talisman Masters Association. Could it be that you've forgotten the ties you once had? Bai Shan spoke in a low voice. Meanwhile, Little Yao suddenly pulled Yang Ye's hand and said softly, "Big brother, don't kill Grandpa Shinamo." In the past, a young prince wanted to bully Bauer and I, and it was Grandpa Shinamo who helped us drive him away. Moreover, he frequently gives talismans to me, and he says that it's so that I can protect myself better and avoid being bullied by others. Yang Ye's expression eased up when he heard this, and then he glanced at Shinamo before he walked away while holding Little Yao and Xiao Yushi's hands. Yang Yi always differentiated clearly between gratitude and enmity. Since Shinamo had shown kindness to Little Yao in the past, then he would naturally not repay such kindness with hostility. Of course, if Shinamo were to look for trouble with him, then he would naturally not hold back. Bai Shan instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Yi leave. Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi from before. At this moment, Yang Yi was someone that every single power throughout the Southern Territory feared. What a pity! Bai Shan shook his head. After all, Yang Yi had once been a member of the Talisman Masters Association, but the association hadn't chosen to share his troubles when he was facing his most difficult moment. Otherwise, the Talisman Masters Association's status would have probably risen a level higher now, and Bai Shan felt that it was truly a pity. Bai Shan shook his head and said, "His rise is certain. Tell all members of the association to give way to him in the Southern Territory and never become enemies with him. Otherwise, they can face the consequences themselves." Yang Yi brought Xiao Yushi and Little Yao back to the Dark Beast Empire. There were truly too many in the Southern Territory who wanted him dead, and his master, Lin Shan, may not necessarily be able to protect Little Yao if he were to leave her with him. Conversely, he had practically no enemies in the Dark Beast Empire, so Little Yao was definitely much safer here. After he found out that Little Yao was Yang Ye's younger sister, the Beast Emperor gave her a necklace. The necklace had no rank as a treasure, but it was extremely significant because a trace of the Beast Emperor's aura was on it. So, no dark beast throughout the Grand Myriad Mountains would dare harm her while she was wearing it, and it was even to the extent that she could utilize the necklace to command some dark beasts. Yang Yi would naturally take it for nothing. He utilized the profound energy within the tiny vortex throughout the next day to purify the bodies of some geniuses from the Dark Beast Empire, and it allowed their natural endowment, physique, and bloodline to rise a level higher. This made the Beast Emperor and some elders of the Dark Beast Empire extremely happy. From that day onward, Little Yao had simply become the little princess of the Dark Beast Empire, because everyone knew that she was the person Yang Yi was closest to and doted on the most. So, currying favor with her was naturally equivalent to currying favor with Yang Yi. After he made arrangements for Little Yao, Yang Yi, and Nanjing, and the others started their journey to the ancient battlefield. Even though his strength was much stronger, and he even had his own forces, his enemies had become stronger as well and greater in number. If he were to allow the so-called Mortal Emperor to subdue the Southern Territory, then not to mention annihilating the Flower Palace, even survival would be a problem for him. So, he had to do his best to stop the Mortal Emperor. At the border of the Grand Myriad Mountains and the ancient battlefield, the Beast Emperor gazed towards the ancient battlefield with a slightly solemn expression while he said, I hope you will be able to convince those powers in Ancient Domain City during your trip to the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, if the mortal emperor were to be allowed to occupy Ancient Domain City, then my Grand Myriad Mountains would definitely suffer the brunt of his attack when he launches his counterattack. Moreover, at that time, the strength of my Dark Beast Empire and the Grand Qin Empire would probably be unable to stop the exalted Han Empire's army. Is it really that serious? Yang Yi asked in a low voice. In his opinion, even though the exalted Han Empire was strong, the joint forces of the Dark Beast Empire and Grand Qin Empire should be able to resist it at least. However, the Beast Emperor's expression allowed Yang Yi to realize that his thoughts might have been too naive. The Beast Emperor nodded and said, "It's very severe. You're only aware of the strength that this colossus, the exalted Han Empire, reveals on the surface. Their true strength is far from what they've revealed on the surface. For example, everyone is only aware of the Soul Eater Corps, but very few know that the exalted Han Empire possesses another army which is superior to the Soul Eater Corps. No one knows the name of this army, and even I don't. All I do know is that this army is made entirely from Exalt Realm experts. Moreover, it has at least 3,000 members, at least." When he spoke up to this point, the Beast Emperor paused for a moment and said, "Besides that, they have a mysterious troop called Saint Executioner, and it's formed entirely from Monarch Realm experts. It's said to be even capable of slaughtering a Saint Realm expert. The number of members it possesses is unknown." Yang Yi's expression changed when he heard this. An army formed from at least 3,000 Exalt Realm experts and a troop formed from Monarch Realm experts. Such strength, resources, and reserves. No wonder it possesses such a long history in the continent. No wonder it was capable of deterring those ninth-rank sects. No wonder it could force the Unfettered One to retreat all those years ago. Besides that, according to the founding emperor, the mysterious League of Doom in the Southern Territory seems to be a force that belongs to the exalted Han Empire, and he is just not completely sure of it. However, all of us think that it should be true. The Beast Emperor said, "If it's true, then it represents that the exalted Han Empire had started to plot for the Southern Territory hundreds of years ago." Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He hadn't imagined that the mysterious League of Doom might actually belong to the exalted Han Empire. If it's really true, then the exalted Han Empire is truly quite terrifying. "I'll try my best," said Yang Yi in a low voice. "That's for the best." The Beast Emperor smiled and said, "The founding emperor and I have prepared everything that's needed. Return to the Grand Myriad Mountains if you're unable to ally with those powers in Ancient Domain City. Unless the entire Grand Myriad Mountains are destroyed. Otherwise, they'll definitely stop at nothing to protect you." "Why?" Yang Yi was slightly surprised. "I intend to make a huge bet," the Beast Emperor said. "I'm betting that you, Yang Yi, won't die prematurely. I'm betting that you, Yang Yi, will be able to surpass the Unfettered One in the future. I'm betting that you, Yang Yi, can bring hope to my Dark Beast Empire." Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. "Senior, you seem to be even more confident in me than I am of myself." The Beast Emperor smiled and said, "Let's not continue on this topic. Go on, quickly. Good luck. You don't have to worry about your younger sister. She won't be in any danger while she's in the Dark Beast Empire." Yang Yi nodded, and then his figure flashed towards the distance. The Beast Emperor fell silent for a short, while as he watched Yang Yi's figure vanish into the distance, and then he said in a soft voice, "The situation in the Southern Territory is really going to change." After he finished speaking, the Beast Emperor's face turned gloomy as he said, "Issue the order. Order all dark beasts in closed-door cultivation to emerge from their cultivation, and order all dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains to swiftly return to the beast capital. Kill any who defy this order." "Yes." Chapter 464 Ancient Domain City. Ancient Domain City. At this moment, a dense expanse of troops covered the area outside Ancient Domain City. This army was the Soul Eater Corps that was renowned throughout the continent. There were 100,000 of them. Every single one of them wore a white helmet that had a feather on it and golden armor. Besides that, They held silver spears in their hands and carried silver bows and arrows on their backs. They were extremely silent as they stood outside ancient domain city, and they didn't even move a muscle. A man and a woman were standing at the front of the army. Both of them were unlike the others because they had sabers in their hands, and the feather on their helmets were silver in color. In my opinion, there's no need to negotiate at all. Wouldn't launching a direct attack be easier? I refuse to believe that ancient domain city is capable of stopping our Soul Eater Corps. The man gazed at the walls of ancient domain city while he spoke with disdain. Li Feng, are you questioning the mortal emperor's decision? The woman gazed at the man with a slightly hostile gaze. Of course not. Li Feng said, the mortal emperor naturally has a reason for doing this. But it's truly grieving for us to just stand here. It's only a tiny city. I refuse to believe that they would dare to resist us if your army were to press down upon them. Moreover, we Soul Eater Corps actually had to be mobilized just to subdue the southern territory. Isn't it a waste of our strength on something so insignificant? Ruoshui, don't you agree? You've underestimated the southern territory and ancient domain city. The woman called Ruoshui said, there are all sorts of powers in ancient domain city are complicated. Not to mention those ninth-rank sects, even the clan and the mysterious city governor's estate are already existences who can't be underestimated. After all, their history isn't any inferior to our exalted Han Empire. Moreover, the martial god of this era is from the clan. The martial god? Li Feng chuckled while battle intent flashed through his eyes. According to rumor, the martial god is invincible in the same realm of cultivation. I really want to experience it for myself. Oh right, that's Sword Emperor as well. I heard that puppet of a crown prince, Mu Jun, was killed by him. Moreover, he has the Mortal Emperor seal and Mortal Emperor armor in his possession. Haha, how audacious of him. Not only did he kill the crown prince of my exalted Han Empire, he actually took treasures that belonged to the Mortal Emperor. It'll definitely break his bones one by one if I were to encounter him. Ruoshui glanced indifferently at Li Feng and said, as a fellow member of the Four Captain, allow me to advise you that it's best not so underestimate the profounders of the world, especially the martial god and sword emperor. Since they were able to assume such a title, there's naturally something extraordinary about them. Many people in this world die because they underestimate their enemies. Li Feng laughed indifferently and said, it's just a spirit realm profounder. In my opinion, the reason he was able to surmount a realm of cultivation to kill Exalt Realm experts was merely because those Exalt Realm experts of the Southern Territory are fucking trash. Not to mention anyone else. Just ask him to surmount a realm of cultivation and kill one of us four captains. Ruoshui spoke indifferently. Even if you win, it's nothing to be proud about when you fight a spirit realm profounder at the second rank of the Exalt Realm. How can it not be? Li Feng smiled and said, it would naturally not be anything to be proud about if he was an ordinary profounder. But this is the Sword Emperor. Once I kill the Sword Emperor, then I, Li Feng, would definitely be renowned throughout the continent. Haha. Kill me and become renowned throughout the continent? Alright, I'll give you that opportunity. Right at this moment, a chuckle suddenly resounded here. Li Feng and Ruoshu's expressions changed, and then they turned around and looked over. They saw two figures flashing over from the horizon. The Soul Eater Corps were just about to attack when Li Feng waved his hand and said, don't attack. Let him come over here. The Sword Emperor? Since you are willing to fulfill my wish with your death, then I won't hold back at all. Yang Yi and Nanjing descended to the ground. Yang Ye's heart shook as he glanced at the Soul Eater Corps in the surroundings. What a formidable army. Yang Yi noticed that the footsteps, actions, movements, and gazes of these soldiers were practically the same, not to mention their own individual cultivation. As far as Yang Yi knew, just this coordination was something that not a single army or sect in the Southern Territory was capable of accomplishing. Nanjing's brows knit together a little while a rare solemn expression appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she'd been slightly surprised by this army. The Sword Emperor? Li Feng licked his lips, and then he revealed a cruel smile as he said, sure enough, you're very arrogant, just as the rumors said. Don't worry. I guarantee that it's absolutely the last time you act arrogantly. Why? Because you are going to die in a moment. Haha. Indeed. Yang Yi nodded and said, you have 100,000 troops on your side, and all of them are at the spirit realm. So, it really is extremely easy to kill the two of us. Don't try to provoke me. Li Feng laughed coldly and said, would I need the help of others to kill you? Everyone, move 300 back. No one is allowed to interfere in my battle with him. Those who disobey my order will be killed without mercy. The Soul Eater Corps didn't hesitate to move 300 backward in an orderly manner. Li Feng, have you forgotten the Mortal Emperor's orders? Ruo Shui spoke in a low voice. Don't worry. Once I kill him and offer both the Mortal Emperor seal and Mortal Emperor armor to the Mortal Emperor, he will definitely not punish me. Perhaps he would directly promote me into a Grand Commander. Li Feng chuckled. Ruo Shui glanced at Li Feng before she moved aside. He isn't an ordinary Exalt Realm expert. And Nanjing spoke indifferently from the side. Yang Yi nodded and said, I know, but I must kill him. He wasn't a rash person. The reason he's made an appearance here was mainly to prove himself. What was he trying to prove? He was naturally trying to prove that he possessed both strength and potential. If he didn't reveal his strength and potential, then what would he use to negotiate with those powers in Ancient Domain City? In this world, one was only taken seriously when one possessed formidable strength and potential. Otherwise, would anyone care who you are? And Nanjing moved aside. She wasn't able to make the decision to make the city governor's estate, the Otherin clan, and the various other powers in Ancient Domain City to ally with the Grand Qin Empire and Dark Beast Empire. Because once they joined forces, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the exalted Han Empire. No power was able to remain completely without fear when facing that colossus, and that included her own clan. Yang Yi could only rely on himself to convince those clans. Are you ready to give your life away? Li Feng chuckled as he spoke. Yang Yi withdrew Dragonbone and shrugged. I'm right over here. Come on. As you wish. Li Feng shouted loudly with an enormous black iron hammer had appeared in his grasp. He suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot, and the ground collapsed as his figure relied on the counterforce to instantly arrive in the air above Yang Yi. After that, he smashed the hammer down towards Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi was about to counterattack when Li Feng suddenly shouted, Spatial Cage. The space around Yang Yi suddenly froze, and Yang Yi was frozen on the spot as if the acupuncture points on his body had been blocked. Ruo Shui instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. She knew that while Li Feng seemed to underestimate Yang Yi and revealed disdain on the surface, he would definitely not underestimate Yang Yi when the battle began. Because Li Feng always did his best when he fought an enemy. Of course, it would be impossible for him to become one of the 4 captains if it weren't for that. Right when Li Feng's hammer was about to descend onto Yang Yi's head, a red glow suddenly erupted from Yang Yi and instantly blasted the spatial barriers into pieces. The red glow didn't slow down at all, and it surged towards Li Feng. Li Feng's expression changed because he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually be able to destroy his spatial cage with such ease. He didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest against the red glow, and he exerted strength in his arm to smash the hammer down at it. Bang! The red glow was instantly blasted apart and dispersed into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of Li Feng, and then a ray of light flashed. Dragonbone instantly arrived before Li Feng's chest, and it made Li Feng's pupils constrict. However, a savage expression flashed through his eyes in the next moment. Die! Li Feng gave up on avoiding Yang Yi's attack, and he just smashed his hammer down towards Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi's sword was the first to arrive, and it didn't encounter any obstruction as it pierced through Li Feng's heart. However, a strange smile appeared on the corners of Li Feng's mouth, and it made Yang Yi's expression changed while he shouted in his heart. Shit. At this moment, it was impossible for him to dodge Li Feng's hammer. At the critical moment, he swiftly moved his head aside and allowed the hammer to smash onto his shoulder. Bang! The ground trembled violently while Yang Yi was directly smashed into the ground, and his fate was unknown. Idiot! Li Feng patted the bleeding hole on his chest and ridiculed. The four captains have no hearts. We're already utilized secret techniques to preserve them somewhere else. So, unless our consciousness and souls are destroyed, otherwise, it's useless even if you destroy our physical body. Alas, what a disappointment. So the Sword Emperor wasn't anything great at all. I was even prepared to fight an intense battle. Thank you for the information. Right at this moment, Yang Yi walked up slowly from within the hole, and the 9th Hell Swordwings were on his back. The clothes on Yang Yi's shoulder had been torn apart, and his swollen red skin was exposed in the open. The ridicule on the corners of Li Feng's mouth vanished, and there was only a solemn expression left there as he said, I really underestimated you. I never expected that your physical body has already attained such a state. That's fine. It would be too boring if you died right away. Would it kill you if you stopped trying to flaunt your ability? Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the void flash appeared in his hand before the profound energy in his body started to surge. In the next moment, Yang Yi closed his eyes a little, and then his soul slowly floated out from his body and floated in the air above his body. After that, void flash which Yang Yi's body held had floated up to his soul body. Soul ejection? Li Feng was stunned. What's he trying to do? Ruo Shui seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed violently as she said anxiously, Retreat. Quickly. It's a sword soul technique of legend. It disregards all defenses and space. Retreat? It's too late. Yang Yi's spirit body laughed coldly, and then he held void flash with both hands as he slashed it swiftly towards Li Feng, who was still stunned on the spot. In an instant, a ripple that was visible to the eye flashed out from the tip of void flash, and it instantly arrived before Li Feng. Li Feng's expression changed violently, and he hurriedly placed the enormous iron hammer in front of him. However, the ripple directly pierced through his hammer and shot violently towards his chest. Li Feng was horrified. He swiftly torn space apart and appeared 300 m away. Right when Head just heaved a sigh of relief, a light ripple suddenly appeared before him again, and then it flashed past his neck. Li Feng's pupils constricted violently, and then he just fell to the ground. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing whistle resounded as an ink-black arrow that came from nowhere descended like a dazzling shooting star, and it shot violently towards Yang Yi. Attack! A ghastly voice resounded. Swoosh! The Soul Eater Corps drew their bows, knocked their arrows, and shot in unison. Their actions were orderly and swift. Swish! 100,000 arrows covered the heavens and the earth as they enveloped down towards Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Chapter 465 Submit? Clang. Right when the ink-black arrow was only over 10 centimeters away from the center of Yang Yi's forehead, a spear had suddenly struck it, and then a light clang resounded as it broke apart. And Nanjing withdrew her spear. After that, she turned to look at the rain of arrows that blotted out the sky as they descended, and her pupils constricted. It wasn't someone that the strength of a single person could resist. Not to mention that she was only at the spirit realm right now. She wouldn't be able to resist this rain of arrows even if she had attained the peak of the Exalt realm. After all, it was 100,000 spirit realm experts who'd released this rain of arrows. Right at this moment, a figure flashed, and then Yang Yi appeared in front of Nanjing. Yang Yi's pupils constricted as he gazed at the rain of arrow that covered the sky as they descended. The Soul Eater Corps really thinks highly of me, huh? He didn't have the time to think too much about it before he shouted, Sword Domain. As soon as he spoke, those 100,000 arrows stopped 30 m away from Yang Yi. However, a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out from Yang Yi's mouth while his figure directly bent down as if he was being crushed by an enormous mountain. Even though his sword domain had blocked off this rain of arrows, the offensive strength they possessed had exceeded the endurance of his sword domain. After all, Yang Yi was unable to fully display the sword domain's might with his current strength, and it was extremely heaven-defying for him to be even capable of blocking this mass of arrows. Shoot! Suddenly, a ghastly voice resounded once more. The Soul Eater Corps drew their bows, knocked their arrows, and shot simultaneously. Another rain of arrows shot violently at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Yang Yes' expression changed, and then he took a step forward and suddenly shouted, "And Nanjing, leave. Quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the sword domain again. Bang! The space within the sword domain trembled violently as another mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yes' mouth. If he didn't have Void Flash to support his body, then he would probably be lying prone on the ground. As if Head sensed something, Yang Yi suddenly turned around, and he saw Nanjing standing on the spot and staring fixedly at him. Yang Yi was instantly infuriated when he saw that she actually hadn't left, and he said angrily, "What are you still doing here? Do you want to die?" He was naturally angry because Head forcefully utilized the sword domain again in order to block the arrows off to buy time for a Nanjing to leave. With the strength she possessed, she should be able to escape if he resisted the rain of arrows for a while. However, she was stunned on the spot. So, how could he not feel angry? Haha, as expected of the Sword Emperor. You were actually able to resist a rain of arrows from an army of 100,000 while at the spirit realm. How admirable. Right at this moment, a man who carried a green longbow on his back appeared here. Gongmu, aren't your actions quite inappropriate? Ruo Shui spoke in a low voice from the side. Earlier, it was Gongmu who ordered the Soul Eater Corps to attack, and she didn't agree with his actions at all. After all, Yang Yi and Li Feng were fighting fairly. So if news of Gongmu's actions were to spread, then it would definitely affect the reputation of the Soul Eater Corps. It's not inappropriate at all. Gongmu spoke indifferently. Their strength and natural talent are extremely formidable. They'll definitely become great enemies for the mortal emperor if they are to be allowed to grow. So, it's best to seize the moment when they're still weak to eliminate them. As for our reputation, would anyone know that they were besieged to death by us once they're dead? The facts are dictated by the winner, aren't they? Heed my command. Shoot again. Swish. Another rain of 100,000 arrows whistled down towards Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Yang Yes' pupils constricted violently. At this moment, he was unable to activate the sword domain again, and he wouldn't be able to resist this rain of arrows even if he could. How should I resist this attack? Yang Yi didn't have the time to think about this. He swiftly turned around and embraced a Nanjing who was still looking at him. He didn't know whether a Nanjing's physical body was strong or weak, but he was sure that it wasn't as strong as his. Moreover, no matter how heaven-defying her strength was, it was impossible for her to evade such a dense rain of arrows, and she would naturally die if she couldn't evade it. So, Yang Yi hadn't hesitated to embrace her and utilize his own body to resist the rain of arrows. He hadn't thought about whether his physical body could resist the rain of arrows because he didn't have any time to think about that right now. All he knew was that he had to do this. And Nanjing hadn't abandoned him at the Flower Palace that day, so how could he possibly just watch as she died now? She hadn't abandoned him that day, so how could he abandon her now? And Nanjing stared blankly at Yang Yi and seemed to be unable to understand why Yang Yi had done this. Does he not know that he might die if he does that? He's definitely aware of it, but he has still acted in such a way. So, there's only a single explanation. He would rather die himself than allow me to die. And Nanjing's heart suddenly trembled when she thought up to this point. However, right at this moment, bang, the rain of arrows buried them. Yang Yes' pupils instantly constricted violently when those arrows came into contact with his body, because he noticed that the mortal emperor armor had actually sunk into his body at this critical moment. Yang Yi didn't know why it suddenly acted in this way, and all he knew was that he had to forcefully resist these arrows with just his physical body. Bang! Countless arrows descended to the ground, and the entire area trembled violently. Yang Yi and in Nanjing had been buried by the arrows instead. Haha, what a pity. Gongmu chuckled. The Sword Emperor and Martial God have died just like that. It's truly such a pity. Bang! Right at this moment, the pile of arrows that buried Yang Yi and in Nanjing exploded apart, and then a figure transformed into a shadow that shot rapidly towards Gongmu. In just an instant, that figure had arrived in front of Gongmu, and the latter's expression changed while disbelief filled his eyes upon seeing the figure. Because it was exactly Yang Yi. At this moment, besides a slightly pale countenance, there wasn't a sign of injury on Yang Yes' body. How could this be possible? Gongmu didn't have the time to ponder on this question. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and he was just about to utilize the energy of space. However, right at this moment, a strand of violet light suddenly appeared behind him, and it made his expression change violently. The appearance of the violet light was too sudden and shocking. At this moment, he was utterly incapable of dodging it, and he could only allow it to smash upon his body. Bang! Gongmu's lips twitched when the violet light struck him, and then fresh blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed, and it caused the hairs on his body to stand on end. He was just about to utilize a spatial technique to avoid this attack from Yang Ye's sword. Yet he noticed to his shock that his spatial technique wouldn't work. A thin violet-colored barrier of light had suddenly appeared around him, and the space within the barrier seemed as if it had been strengthened, so he was utterly unable to tear open the space here. Hiss! Gongmu had only been stunned for an instant, but a ray of light had flashed through his neck, and then his head fell off his neck. Ruoshu's expression changed. All of this had truly occurred too quickly. Since Yang Yi attacked until Gongmu's death, less than 2 breaths of time had passed. It was such a short period of time that she hadn't even been able to recover from her initial shock. After she returned to her senses, Ruoshu was just about to act when a fluffy violet-colored mink appeared in front of her. The violet mink blinked before she raised her little claw and waved it swiftly. In an instant, Ruoshu's expression changed violently because she noticed that the space around her had actually been frozen. Ruoshu was astounded. Meanwhile, a ray of golden light flashed, and then a golden rope had wrapped itself around her. In an instant, the surging profound energy within her had calmed down, and she couldn't mobilize it no matter what. "I'm finished," Ruoshu cried in her heart. A sword was pressed against Ruoshu's neck, and Yang Yi, who held the sword, gazed coldly at her while his face was covered in an expression of ridicule. He said, "So the so-called 4 captains of the Soul Eater Corps are actually such trash, resorting to attacking jointly in a group upon failing in a one-on-one battle. How disappointing." Earlier, if the violet mink hadn't made an appearance and utilized its violet light to protect him and in Nanjing, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to find out that the violet mink had recovered and attained the Exalt rank. It was exactly because it had attained the Exalt rank that its violet light could block off the rain of arrows. Because the little fellow's violet light barrier seemed to possess some sort of other force that it didn't have in the past, and the rain of arrow hadn't even come into contact with the violet light barrier before they were deflected away by that mysterious energy. It was exactly because of the violet mink that both Yang Yi and in Nanjing were completely fine, and he was even able to launch a surprise attack. "If you want to kill me, then do it. Why waste your breath?" Ruoshu spoke coldly while her face didn't carry a trace of fear. "Don't worry, you'll definitely die. But it won't be now." Yang Yi would naturally not kill her right now. If he did, then those soldiers from the Soul Eater Corps would have nothing to worry about. At that time, it would be difficult for Nanjing and him to leave safely. As for the little fellow, if the little fellow intended to flee now, then only a Monarch Realm expert would be capable of catching up to her. "Yang Yi, you're too late." Right at this moment, a group of people walked out from the entrance to Ancient Domain City, and it was exactly Luo Jun who was in the lead. And Bairu and the Assassin Sovereign were on Luo Jun's left while a middle-aged man was on his right. Yang Ye's face sank when he heard this, whereas Bairu frowned instead. Because the middle-aged man on Luo Jun's right was her father. "Jinger, come here." The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. "Father, have you surrendered to the exalted Han Empire?" asked Nanjing. "No." Luo Jun smiled and said, "Everyone is just cooperating. Miss Jing, we're allies now, so let's just incident past incident as something that never occurred, all right?" And Nanjing paid no attention to Luo Jun, and she just gazed at her father. The latter nodded and said, "Indeed. The powers within our city have formed an alliance with young Master Luo. I'll explain this matter to you in detail later." And Nanjing fell silent while she tightened her grip on Sky Split. Meanwhile, Luo Jun suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and smiled as he said, "Yang Yi, They'll spare your life today if you hand over both the Mortal Emperor armor and Mortal Emperor seal, and then submit to me. Moreover, I can let bygones be bygones and appoint you as one of the 3 Grand Commanders of the Soul Eater Corps. The weakest amongst the Grand Commanders of the Soul Eater Corps is at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, and every single one of them commands a few tens of thousands of elites from the Soul Eater Corps. Submit to you. Yang Yi laughed coldly before he flicked his wrist, and then a ray of light flashed before Ruo Shu's head flew into the air. Chapter 466, The Ancient Sheath's Sword vs. The Mortal Emperor Sword. Luo Jun's gaze turned icy cold, and he said, "Since you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll send you off. Elder Xian, I'll be troubling you with it." As soon as he spoke, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and he glanced indifferently at Yang Yi before he waved his hand casually. A strand of cold energy shot violently towards Yang Yi, and it was so swift that it was impossible for Yang Yi to avoid. However, Yang Yi's expression was calm and without a trace of fear. Even if it was a monarch realm expert who was standing before him, there was naturally a reason why Yang Yi was so calm and composed, and it was because the little fellow had told him that help had arrived. Sure enough, the space before Yang Yi warped when the cold energy arrived just a few inches in front of Yang Yi, and then it directly vanished. The old man's expression changed. He raised his head and gazed into the sky as he said, "Who's attacking from the shadows? Show yourself if you have the ability." "Oomph. A mere 5th rank monarch realm profounder dares to mouth off at me?" A cold grunt resounded in the air, and then the space around the old man actually started to warp strangely. It seemed like it was about to fold and compress itself layer by layer. "Spatial folding? You're the Demon Emperor." The old man was horrified. He hurriedly utilized the energy of space to resist the folding space. However, it seemed to be completely useless because that expanse of space was still folding slowly, and it had merely slowed down a little. Right when the old man was about to be folded by half, Luo Jun suddenly drew his sword and slashed it down towards the folding space that enveloped the old man. In an instant, a white strand of sword chi struck that space, and then a pitch-black spatial rift was torn open there. The old man hurriedly executed a spatial escape technique and fled from the pitch-black spatial rift. As soon as he left through the rift and reappeared outside the area, the space he was standing in just moments before had folded with a bang, and it transformed into an extremely strange shape. The old man's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this, and his heart was filled with a sense of lingering fear. As expected of the Mortal Emperor Sword that's ranked at the 1st position on the Natural Tao artifact rankings, it's actually able to slash apart my spatial techniques. The Demon Emperor appeared before them as his voice resounded. The violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder was delighted upon seeing the Demon Emperor, and a ray of violet light flashed before she descended onto the Demon Emperor's shoulder. After that, she patted the Demon Emperor on the head. A wisp of a gentle expression flashed through the Demon Emperor's eyes. He smiled, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Thank you for taking care of her during this time." Had heard everything related to Yang Yi, and he only had a single thought about it. He was very pleased. Yang Yi chuckled as he shook his head. "The little fellow is a loved one to me." The violet mink revealed a cute smile, and then she nodded. "Demon Emperor, this is the world of humans." Luo Jun spoke in a gloomy voice. The Demon Emperor laughed with disdain and said, "So what if it's the human world? I'll come and go as I please. Could it be that you intend to prohibit me from stepping foot into the human world? All right, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. I made an appearance here today for just one thing." When he spoke up to this point, the Demon Emperor pointed at Yang Yi and said, "From today onward, he's considered as a member of my demon territory. Understand?" Luo Jun's face sank. The demon territory, devil territory, and his exalted Han Empire had an agreement. It was one where their respective monarch realm experts were prohibited from acting against their juniors, because monarch realm experts were truly too terrifying. If they were determined to kill a profounder below the monarch realm, then it was too easy to accomplish. The experts of the 3 races had naturally made such an agreement to protect their juniors. So, Now that the Demon Emperor had spoken these words, it represented that the exalted Han Empire, actually, the entire human race, couldn't dispatch Monarch Realm experts against Yang Yi. Demon Emperor. He's a human profounder and not a dark beast. Luo Jun's expression was quite unsightly. After all, how many people below the Monarch Realm could kill Yang Yi with the strength he possessed? So, the Demon Emperor was clearly protecting Yang Yi. The Demon Emperor laughed coldly and said, "Based on what you just said, can I attack and kill all those demon beast mounts that your exalted Han Empire has fostered? Looks like you really intend to protect him." Luo Jun spoke in a low voice. "But I'm very curious. Why would you personally step forward to protect a human profounder?" The Demon Emperor said, "There's no need for you to know that. I'll repeat it one last time. He's to be considered as a member of my demon territory. So, he's included in the agreement between the three races. It's fine if he perishes at the hands of a profounder below the Emperor realm, and he can only blame himself for possessing insufficient strength, and I can only blame myself for misjudging him. However, if you dare to dispatch Monarch Realm experts to attack him, then don't blame me for breaking the agreement and personally taking your head. Let me see if those old fossils of the exalted Han Empire can stop me." The Demon Emperor flicked his right sleeve as soon as he finished speaking, and then Yang Yi and the little fellow instantly vanished on the spot. Luo Jun's expression was extremely unsightly. His gaze was gloomy, and he seemed to be lost in thought. And Bairu, who had remained silent until now, frowned. She hadn't expected that there was actually enmity between Yang Yi and Luo Jun. Moreover, it seemed to be irreconcilable enmity. A short while later, she shook her head and said to herself, "Why am I thinking so much about that? The clan's future is the most important." But she hesitated for a moment before she nodded to the black-clothed woman by her side, and the latter's figure shook and immediately vanished on the spot. And Nanjing glanced at her father, and then she walked towards the city gates. However, her mind was filled with the scene where Yang Yi blocked those arrows for her with his own body. Yang Yi bowed to the Demon Emperor at faraway spot, and he said, "Thank you for the help, Senior." The Demon Emperor said, "There's no need for that. I've already discerned that you've treated Zier very well, and it's completely sincere without any selfish desire. Your natural talent and potential aren't inferior to anyone in the world, and if you don't die prematurely, then an extraordinary expert would definitely be born into this world in the future. So, your relationship with Zier is only beneficial to her. In short, I won't interfere in your relationship, and the two of you can do as you please." Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this, because it was best if the Demon Emperor wasn't against the relationship they had. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with. After all, the Demon Emperor was the little fellow's father. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. The violet mink flashed over to the Demon Emperor's shoulder and patted him on the head. Obviously, she was very satisfied with the Demon Emperor's words. The Demon Emperor chuckled and said, "I came to take Zier back. Because she has attained the exalt rank, so she must receive the inheritance of the clan. It's very important to her." Yang Yi was quite reluctant in his heart, because the little fellow had just woken up, and he hadn't even caught up with her properly. However, he knew that he wasn't able to stop it, and he couldn't as well. After all, inheritance was extremely important to demon beasts. The violet mink didn't act willfully this time because the inheritance was really important to her. After all, it would allow her to take human form. The Demon Emperor suddenly said, "Based on the current situation, Luo Jun will definitely be able to take over the entire southern territory. I know you'll definitely stop him, but it's all right to just do your best. Your individual strength is limited. There's no need to make unnecessary sacrifices, understand?" Yang Yi nodded. He would naturally not make unnecessary sacrifices, but he wouldn't allow the mortal emperor to take over the southern territory with ease as well. After all, he was mortal enemies with the mortal emperor, and their enmity was irreconcilable. Only one of them could survive in the end. "Senior, you should be aware that it wouldn't be a good thing for the demon territory if the mortal emperor is able to unite the human territories. So why don't you stop him?" asked Yang Yi in a low voice. "Of course I do." The demon emperor smiled and said, "After all, The mortal emperor's goal is to unite the entire continent. So how could he possibly spare my demon territory? But why should my demon territory stop him? Isn't it better to let the humans kill each other and weaken their overall strength? Moreover, the entire human race would definitely unite if my demon territory were to act now. After all, your human race is very fearful and hostile against my demon race. At that time, the mortal emperor might not even need to mobilize a single troop before he obtained the ability to command all the profounders throughout the continent. In the end, he holds the mortal emperor's sword and has the support of the exalted Han Empire. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly because had actually forgotten this. Because while he wasn't hostile against the demon beasts, the other human profounders were. If the demon territory were to act now, then it would probably be just as the demon emperor said. Luo Jun wouldn't even need to mobilize a single troop to unite the entire human world. Come to my demon territory if there's no place for you in the human world in the future, said the demon emperor with a smile on his face. Yang Yi smiled and said, Don't worry, senior. They'll definitely head to the demon territory if that day comes. To be honest, I don't want to die just yet. The demon emperor roared with laughter, and then he grabbed the violet mink who was still reluctant to leave before he vanished on the spot. He only left a single sentence behind. Watch out for the mortal emperor's sword. Good luck. The mortal emperor's sword? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he summoned the sword spirit of the ancient sheath, and he gazed at her as he said, Can you suppress the mortal emperor's sword? Yang Yi thought with uncertainty in his heart. The sword sheath is able to suppress swords. Since the mortal emperor's sword is a sword, then the sword sheath should probably be able to suppress it, right? However, he was disappointed because the sword spirit shook her head and said, I can't suppress it. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled and said, Aren't you said to be able to make all swords submit before you? Isn't the mortal emperor's sword a sword as well? The sword spirit's eyelids twitched as she said, It's a natural Tao artifact, and it's one that was born along with this world and is protected by the world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be ranked at the first position on the natural Tao artifact rankings. Understand? The natural Tao artifact rankings? Are you a natural Tao artifact or an artificial one? Yang Yi continued. I don't know. Yang Yi was stunned and said with shock, How could you not know? Then what sort of thing are you? You're the thing. The sword spirit glared at Yang Yi with slight anger. You can even get angry and scold others? Yang Yi gazed at the sword spirit with astonishment. The sword spirit was speechless. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he shrugged and said, Let's talk properly. If there's a sheath, then there should be a sword. Where's your sword? It has been sealed. The sword spirit spoke with slight sorrow. Who did it? Master did. Who's your master? Master is my master. The sword spirit spoke impatiently. Is your master formidable? 1,000,000,000 of you aren't a match for him. The sword spirit glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Then why haven't you gone to look for your master? Tisich, I thought he was extremely formidable, but it turns out that even he has perished. Yang Yi spoke with slight disdain. Have you met anyone that can avoid death? Said the sword spirit. Yang Yi had nothing to say in reply because he really hadn't met such a person in his life. Yang Yi asked another question. Let's not linger on this topic. Right, is your sword more formidable, or the mortal emperor's sword? The mortal emperor's sword is nothing. The sword spirit spoke with disdain. It can't even struggle free of the laws of this world, so how can it compare to me? Yang Yi's eyes lit up and he said, Come on, let's go. Where? To unseal your sword, of course. Yang Yi spoke as a matter of course. The sword spirit was speechless again. Yang Yi said, What? Don't you want to? The sword spirit said, Your strength is insufficient. You'd be giving your life away if you went there. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, How strong must I be for it to be sufficient? The sword spirit pondered deeply for a moment and said, In any case, even the unfettered one's strength from all those years ago was insufficient. Yang Yi started to perspire, in streams. Right at this moment, a black-clothed figure appeared in front of Yang Yi. The black-clothed woman glanced at the sword spirit before her gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and she said, "The madam wishes to see you." The madam was naturally in Bairu. Chapter 467 Acknowledged. The Southern clan. Only Yang Yi and Embark remained in the room. Actually, Yang Yi didn't want to come and meet Embark, because they were already on opposing sides right now. So what was the point of meeting? He didn't know why Embark formed an alliance with Luo Jun, but he was very clearly aware that it was a fact which he couldn't change at all. He knew his own limits. There seems to be enmity between you and the mortal emperor? Embark spoke abruptly. Yang Yi nodded. "I can help mediate between the two of you," said Embark. Yang Yi gazed at her with astonishment. Embark said, "The union of the entire southern territory is a development that can't be resisted. It isn't something you can stop. Because some clans in the central territory and even some ninth-rank sects have formed an agreement with Luo Jun to help him unite the southern territory. No, I should say to unite the entire continent. So, going against him is equivalent to going against numerous clans and sects, understand? What did he promise all of you?" Yang Yi was very curious about exactly what Luo Jun had promised these sects and clans that they had actually formed an alliance with him. And Bairu pondered deeply for a short moment before she said, "He'll allow all of our sects and clans to establish ourselves in the various territories once the continent is united. Simply speaking, if he were to unite the southern territory, then those ninth-rank sects and clans of the central territory would be able to set up their sects and clans in the southern territory to recruit disciples and strengthen themselves. Can any sect or clan refuse the temptation of allowing their forces to cover the entire continent? So that's it." Yang Yi came to an understanding and said, "What did he promise the Yin clan?" "To allow the Yin clan's businesses to cover the entire continent." And Bairu said, "I had no reason to refuse because the circumstances are in his favor, and refusal would represent war. At that time, the Colossus which he represents, the exalted Han Empire, would stand behind him while he's assisted by the sects and clans. The Yin clan wouldn't be able to resist him." Yang Yi frowned. Based on what she just said, the founding emperor and beast emperor are in a very bad situation, because just the two empires are utterly incapable of resisting the joint forces of the exalted Han Empire and the clans and sects of the central territory. Not to mention that the potential threats like the Origin School and the other sects within the southern territory haven't been eliminated. The enmity between you and Luo Jun isn't one that must end with one of your deaths. I should be able to reconcile the two of you if I were to step forward and mediate. He'll definitely attach great importance to you with the ability you possess," said Embark. Yang Yi gazed at Embark and just stared her in the eyes. The latter frowned a little, and she was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly shook his head and said, "I suddenly realized that perhaps we're not suitable for each other. I know you have good intentions, and I appreciate it. You don't have to hold back if we meet in battle in the future because you don't owe me anything. In the same way, I won't hold back as well, because I never show mercy to my enemies." Yang Yi turned around and walked away upon finishing. Embark's figure stiffened, and she was slightly dazed as she watched Yang Yi walk away, step by step. Enemies? Would I become enemies with him? Or perhaps he has already taken me to be his enemy from this moment onward. Yes, he definitely has. He's selfish, petty, and he doesn't tolerate anything. Since I've become allies with his enemy, then he has definitely taken me to be his enemy by now. But did I make a mistake? I didn't. The Yin clan can only survive by following the tide. I'm the leader of the Yin clan, so my actions are naturally not wrong. But doing this is equivalent to becoming enemies with him. Am I willing to become enemies with him? Yang Yi didn't turn around. He knew that it was quite unfair to Embark, but it couldn't be helped. He had no other choice. Since Shed made her decision, then they could only be enemies. Now that they'd made everything clear between them, they wouldn't have to hold back at all when they fought in the future. That was undoubtedly for the best. Yang Yi stopped moving because the black-clothed woman had appeared before him. Yang Yi was quite annoyed and said, "Do you realize that you're very annoying?" If he had sufficient strength, then he would definitely strip off her black clothes and torture her 100 times. No, 1,000 times. Because she constantly threatened him and liked to blame him for everything. That really annoyed him. A strand of coldness assaulted him, and it made Yang Yes' entire body shudder uncontrollably. Apologize to her. The black-clothed woman's voice was extremely cold and without even a trace of emotion. Yang Yi said, Madam, I don't want to become enemies with you. But unfortunately, you've chosen to stand on his side. I can't say that your choice is wrong, but it's a fact that we've become enemies. Since it has come to that, then what do you want me to say or do? You'll die. An Embark's voice resounded from behind him. Yang Yi shook his head and said, You don't understand me, and I don't understand you. Let's just leave it at this. I truly dislike acting hesitantly or irresolutely. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay here for another moment. He quickened his footsteps and swiftly vanished from her field of vision. Aunt, did I make a mistake? Anbiru gazed at the black-clothed woman. The black-clothed woman said in a low voice, He is narrow-minded and extremely ruthless. Most importantly, his natural talent and strength are extremely terrifying. If he were to mature successfully, then he would be even more terrifying than the sword sect's master. However, would he even be able to stay alive until then? The mortal emperor would never give him a chance to mature. So, you're not mistaken. There's no need to feel guilty because of him, because it isn't worth it. Anbiru suddenly said, Do you think the mortal emperor will really be able to unite the southern territory? The black-clothed woman was shocked and said, Little girl, could it be that you intend to go back on your word? Anbiru shook her head and said, I naturally wouldn't play around with the entire clan's fate. I originally felt that the mortal emperor would definitely be able to unite the southern territory, but now, what can he do by himself? The black-clothed woman spoke in a low voice. I don't know. It's just a feeling I have. I feel that Luo Jun will probably be unable to unite the southern territory with ease, said Embark. Just forget him. It's impossible for the two of you to be together. I noticed that Luo Jun seems to be attracted to you. He's an outstanding genius of the current era, so... Embark didn't know what to say. After he left, Yang Yi took a deep breath. Even though he didn't want to become enemies with the clan, but it couldn't be helped because they were bound to be enemies now. Since they were enemies, then he had to be careful in the future because the assassins of the clan were extremely difficult to deal with. This was something he knew very well. As for Embark, Yang Yi shook his head and erased this name from his mind. What could he do when she had chosen to stand on Luo Jun's side? So, had decided to let it go away with the wind. The conflicted and hesitant expression in Yang Yi's eyes instantly vanished without a trace when he thought up to this point, and those expressions were replaced by icy coldness. Yang Yi withdrew a transmission talisman and activated it. He utilized the transmission talisman to tell Xiao Yushi, who was waiting over 50 kilometers away, about everything that occurred here, and he asked Xiao Yushi to return to the Dark Beast Empire and ask both the Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor to start preparing. The current situation was truly quite bad because the Grand Qin Empire and Dark Beast Empire would really be unable to resist Luo Jun if he had the support of the exalted Han Empire, the Tuan clans, and those sects and clans from the Central Territory. It's still a hopeless situation right now. Yang Yi remained silently on the spot for a short while, and then he flipped his palm. The Mortal Emperor armor and Mortal Emperor seal appeared in his palm. Yang Yi's expression was slightly gloomy as he gazed at these natural Dao artifacts, because he wasn't able to utilize them at all, and it was especially so for the Mortal Emperor armor. It had even played tricks on him at the critical moment and almost caused his death. This made Yang Yi extremely furious. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while before he suddenly said, Can you help me with something? As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl appeared in front of Yang Yi. She was floating in midair while holding a scepter in her hand, and she seemed very proud. Since you're so weak, go ahead and speak, said the little girl. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He really wanted to give her a good beating if he had the strength. He suppressed the unrealistic thoughts in his mind and said, These two treasures are natural Dao artifacts that are extremely formidable, but I'm unable to utilize them. Are you able to eliminate their equipment spirits? The little girl's gaze descended onto the Mortal Emperor armor, and then she knocked it with her scepter and said, Get out here. A strand of gold light flashed before the small golden dragon appeared here. It glanced at Yang Yi first before it gazed at the little girl, and terror appeared in its eyes when it saw the little girl. "Why don't you acknowledge him as your master?" The little girl pointed at Yang Yi and questioned the small golden dragon. Yang Yi was stunned. The golden dragon glanced at Yang Yi before it shook its head, and then it ceaselessly swam about the little girl as if it were explaining something. Bang! The little girl suddenly struck the golden dragon on the head with her scepter, and it instantly laid prone on the ground and was shivering. The little girl said, "Cut the crap. If it wasn't because it was difficult for you to cultivate to such a level, I would have smashed your consciousness apart and make you return to a muddled state. Make your decision. Are you willing to acknowledge him as your master or not? He'll smash you to death if you refuse." Yang Yi was speechless. The small golden dragon gazed at the little girl with a wronged expression, yet the little girl wasn't moved by it at all. She raised her little hand, and a crystal blue ball of light flickered on her hand. The small golden dragon gazed at Yang Yi in the end, and then it flew over to Yang Yi with extreme unwillingness. After that, a strand of golden light suddenly erupted from the golden dragon as Yang Yi watched with excitement, and then the golden light entered into the center of his brows. A short while later, Yang Yi revealed a delighted expression because he was actually able to clearly sense the small golden dragon's current emotions. The little girl withdrew her hand and said, "It has acknowledged you as its master, so you can use these two pieces of trash from now on. I'm going back to rest. I'm going to cultivate and recover my strength from now on, so I'll probably be unable to show myself for a very long period. Don't go getting yourself in trouble. Understand?" "What do you mean by not getting myself in trouble?" said Yang Yi. The little girl frowned and thought for a long time before she said, "Don't offend people you can't defeat. Understand?" "Then what if someone I can't defeat offends me?" said Yang Yi. "Kill that person." The little girl spoke as a matter of course. "What if I can't? Then run?" Chapter 468, The City Governor's Estate. After the little girl entered the tiny vortex, Yang Yi couldn't help but start probing the Mortal Emperor seal and Mortal Emperor armor. The strength of the Mortal Emperor armor was already that terrifying when he couldn't subdue it, so now that he had subdued it and obtained the assistance of its equipment spirit, how terrifying would his current defenses be? A layer of gold light suddenly surged out from Yang Yi's body with a single command in his heart. The gold light was like a thin layer of skin that covered Yang Yi's entire body. He moved his limbs for a moment and noticed that the layer of golden light didn't affect his movement at all. This allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. After that, he brushed his hand past the golden light, and it was extremely soft like he was touching cotton. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he issued another command in his heart, and then a sword shot into the sky. Yang Yi controlled the shot to shoot violently towards his chest, and then Yang Yi instantly watched with astonishment as the sword actually flew backward at an utterly comparable speed. It was bounced back. Yang Yi was overjoyed. He hadn't imagined that the Mortal Emperor armor didn't just possess such terrifying defensive capabilities, it actually possessed the ability to rebound attacks. That had truly exceeded his expectations. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the Mortal Emperor seal. What sort of special ability does the Mortal Emperor seal possess? It can't be merely capable of enlarging its size and smashing down onto others, right? Even though its might would be extremely formidable just like that, it wouldn't live up to its name as a natural Tao artifact if it were merely capable of that. Yang Yi summoned Mu Jun, and he finally found out about the Mortal Emperor seal's effects from Mu Jun. It was the ability to repress. What could it repress? It could repress anything. For example, karmic luck, spirit veins, death energy, and even people. Of course, it couldn't just repress everything just because it possessed the ability to do so. In any case, his current strength was utterly insufficient to fully utilize the Mortal Emperor seal and repress people. Even the Mortal Emperor armor was something he could only utilize for a short period of time because they truly consumed too much profound energy. Even if he had the tiny vortex, he still couldn't utilize such natural Tao artifacts at will. In short, his cultivation was too low. He had numerous extraordinary treasures yet couldn't fully utilize any one of them. It was like a person who possessed 1,000,000,000 but could only withdraw 100 to utilize every single time. It was extremely depressing and annoying. He wanted to look for a place to settle down and cultivate properly. However, he didn't have the time at all. There were many things that had to handle, so he didn't even have a bit of time. Thus, every single advancement had been obtained during slaughter. Yang Yi put his things away and was just about to leave when his pupils suddenly constricted. He issued a command in his heart, and a sword transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards a corner over 30 m away. It was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it arrived there in an instant. Sword Emperor, wait, I have no ill intent. An anxious voice suddenly sounded out from the corner, and then a middle-aged man appeared in Yang Yi's field of vision. Cold sweat was dripping from the middle-aged man's body because that sword was less than half an inch away from the center of his forehead. He would have probably been transformed into a corpse if he had shouted just a little later. According to the rumors, the Sword Emperor possesses the strength to kill Exalt Realm experts. Sure enough, he really does deserve his reputation, because just that attack alone wasn't something that a peak spirit realm profounder like him could resist. Who are you? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. This person had just arrived and hadn't witnessed the scenes from before. Otherwise, his sword would have struck down without stopping at all. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "I'm Louis Xuan, a member of the city governor's estate." Yang Yi's brows raised, and he said, "The city governor's estate?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I'm on order of the city governor to invite the Sword Emperor to meet in the city governor's estate." Yang Yi fell silent. Why has the city governor invited me to his estate? It seems like amongst all the powers in ancient domain city, only the city governor's estate hasn't sided with Luo Jun. Could there be enmity between him and the exalted Han Empire? Or perhaps he has other intentions? The city governor said that he has a common objective with young Master Yang, said the middle-aged man. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Lead the way." No matter what, he felt that he should meet the city governor. Presently, he needed allies, otherwise, the Dark Beast Empire and the Grand Qin Empire would be in a worrying situation. Both of them quickly arrived at the city governor's estate with Lu Yixuan in the lead. Yang Yi had just stepped foot through the door of the city governor's estate when a strand of sword qi suddenly shot over explosively. Yang Yi's expression changed a little because this strand of sword qi actually carried sword intent, and it was at least 6th level sword intent. Did the city governor intend to kill him? It wasn't very likely because Lu Yixuan had an astounded expression on his face as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected that someone would attack Yang Yi right now as well. Yang Yi flicked with his finger, and a thread of sword qi transformed into a ray of light that flashed forward, and then a bang resounded as the sword qi was instantly blasted apart by his thread of sword qi. You were actually able to destroy my sword qi with ease. Your title as Sword Emperor does truly carry some weight. A voice sounded out slowly as a woman in a one-piece dress and holding a sword appeared within Yang Yi's field of vision. The woman was very beautiful, and she had a slender figure. However, her gaze towards Yang Yi was filled with the intent to provoke him. The corners of Lu Yixuan's mouth twitched when he saw this woman, and then he smiled with embarrassment to Yang Yi as he said, "Young Master Yang, this is our junior city governor, Lu Jianyao." Right, she's a sword cultivator as well. She didn't have any ill intent when she attacked just now, and she merely desired to spar with young Master Yang. I hope young Master Yang doesn't mind. Yang Yi said, young Miss Lu attained 6th level sword intent before the age of 20. Such natural talent is... It's the 7th level. Lu Jianyao interrupted Yang Yi and said, I heard you possess 8th level sword intent. Is that true? Yang Yi nodded because there was no need to conceal that. Lu Jianyao's eyes lit up and she said, how about we spat? Yang Yi shook his head because sparring with her was utterly meaningless. He refused to do something that was meaningless and a waste of his time. Junior City Governor, the Lord City Governor is waiting for young Master Yang. Lu Yixuan spoke hastily because he was clearly aware of the temper this Junior City Governor of his possessed. She was stubborn and desired to excel, so she might directly draw her sword and attack Yang Yi. Lu Jianyao puckered her lips, and then she sheathed her sword and moved aside. She only glared fiercely at Yang Yi. Obviously, she was very displeased by Yang Yi's rejection. Lu Yixuan heaved a sigh of relief, and then he said to Yang Yi, "Young Master Yang, please come this way." Yang Yi nodded, and then he strode forward. However, Lu Jianyao suddenly drew her sword when he passed her, and an expanse of mist instantly flashed into appearance and enveloped an area of 30 m around Yang Yi. On the other hand, Lu Jianyao's attack was like an indistinct mist that couldn't be detected at all. It was in front of Yang Yi at one more, behind him at another moment. It was like a single sword at one moment, yet it was like 100 in the next moment. It was indistinct and unpredictable. Yang Yi frowned a little because it was the first time that he'd seen such a sword technique. It's quite amazing. However, it was still a trivial matter to him. After all, such illusions were utterly useless towards Yang Yi, who possessed the enlightened sword heart. However, there were things that could be learned from this sword technique, and it was its strange and mysterious method of attack. Even though it was useless against him, but not everyone in the world possessed the enlightened sword heart. Lu Jianyao was instantly delighted when she saw Yang Yi frown, and a trace of contempt and complacency appeared in her eyes. This sword technique, the Cloud Mist sword technique, was a heaven-rank technique, and even an Exalt Realm expert had almost been killed by her in the past. So, how could this fellow who was called the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi, be able to resist her sword technique when he was only at the spirit realm? Lu Jianyao flicked with her wrist, and the illusions in the mist instantly calmed down, and in the next moment, countless rays of light shot violently towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dodge or draw his sword, and he just allowed those rays of light to surge towards him. Clang! A sword stabbed onto Yang Yi's left shoulder. Lu Jianyao was shocked because she noticed that her sword couldn't more an inch further. She was just about to withdraw her sword when Yang Yi pressed forward, and then he stretched out his right arm and grabbed her neck. "Young Master Yang, please show mercy." Lu Yixuan was shocked and spoke hastily. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "The reason you dared to attack me was merely because you think that I wouldn't dare kill you even if I defeat you. Do you want to bet on it?" Yang Yi exerted force with his hand as he spoke, and Lu Jianyao's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale. A wisp of terror flashed through her eyes. Her intuition told her that this man standing before her would really dare to kill her. He really dares to. However, how could she possibly accept her defeat? How could she, Lu Jianyao, accept defeat to a man? Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly loosened his grip, and he let her go while he said, "Acting willfully is something you have to pay the price for. I've seen too many willful people throughout the years, and practically all of them are dead. Many of them even died at my hands. Those who cultivate the sword should be ones who would rather die than bend and remain eternally unyielding. We should dare to draw out swords even in the face of a formidable enemy. However, it doesn't mean you should act like a fool and challenge someone you can't defeat. That isn't courage, that's courting death. Understand? Are you teaching me a lesson?" Lu Jianyao glared angrily at Yang Yi. A ray of light flashed. The tip of a sword was right against the skin on the center of Lu Jianyao's forehead, and it made her figure stiffen immediately while she didn't dare to move a muscle. Yang Yi spoke coldly. "Do I not have the qualifications to do so?" "You." Lu Jianyao was furious. "What?" Yang Yi said. "Are you even a match for me? You can't even block a single strike of my sword. So what do you have left to be proud of? Anger is for the weak. You're angry now because you're weak, and you don't even have room to resist me. How could you possibly cultivate the sword if you can't even realize that you're weak?" Pearls of tears gradually appeared in Lu Jianyao's eyes as she stared fixedly at Yang Yi, as if she wanted to kill him with her gaze. After all, when had she ever been treated like this? She swore in her heart that she would definitely kill him. He'll definitely kill him. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and walked towards the depths of the city governor's estate without sparing another glance at Lu Jianyao. The reason he'd done that was firstly for the sake of teaching that woman a lesson. Secondly, it was to provide her with guidance and do the city governor a favor. He believed that the city governor had witnessed everything he did, because he'd sensed someone watching him since he walked into this estate. You really do deserve your reputation. Yang Yi had just walked into the hall when a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes spoke with a smile on his face. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.